Hello to the internet people.
Absolutely.
Hello,
Hi,
internet.
everyone. That's right. I'm everyone listening in the future, and welcome to another session. Shadowrun. Here we are in Southeast Asia, in Cambodia, and specifically in the small, formerly tourist trap of Siem Reap. Most famous because it stands in the shadow of the great ruins of Angkor Wat, several hundred kilometres away from the capital city. Siem Reap's a very small town. Um, Extremely small. Its population is difficult to calculate because we're not very good at keeping censuses in places where people earn 5 million a week, maybe a day if you're lucky. So yeah, we've just landed, um, such as it is. We were picked up from the airport in a black van, such as it was. The driver and the gunner of that were killed before we made it. One of our party members also perished before we could get clear. And the rest of us pile into the van and start chugging down the road. It's a distance of about 8 kilometres. So at the speed we drive, we should be there in about 3 minutes. It was a little joke. But we won't take long in any case. We'll certainly be very quick. I seem to be having issues with Roll20. I'm not sure if it's just the uploading files that's not working. I'll check out some other things.
So, by my recollection,
Yeah, I think I was dying. Like
Fenway is currently like yeah, he's like a burned, bleeding the back seat, right?
Yeah, he must be.
Yeah.
Like one died, no, Fenway survived. Well, he can't be in good shape.
I think Fenway burned a point of edge to survive, so he's in like
That's what
critical condition.
He's burnt that edge to survive. That makes sense.
I burnt the hedge, so I didn't burn too badly.
Yeah, he permanently spent a.
Yeah, that's right. You lose that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So not to point out the painful, but because you've missed out on karma from your spirit contract, and because you've now lost effectively karma through the loss of edge, yeah, you're starting to limp around a bit. You're a bit of a one-legged man. It's not that bad, but it is a little bit of a disadvantage.
Now I'm used to playing the weakest characters, but don't.
Well, there is that. Yeah, there is that.
So yeah, Godfather's gonna look back at Fenway and he's gonna go, "God damn it! Can someone take the wheel?"
I'll shrug, look around and take the wheel if no one else goes for it. Sounds like I'm driving. Let's kill some more party members.
Fuck it, it's got a dog brain. Yeah, it's a GMC Bulldog. It should have an autopilot.
It does have autopilot. It's a government vehicle. Fucking most people in the government can't drive for shit, so they need autopilots. Sorry, any government. Yeah, that's.
We're sufficiently clear of the airport and they're not chasing us, right?
Correct, that's right. They might be firing their AKs at you from a distance of 800 meters, but that is about as effective. Commissar is saying, please punish me for wasting ammunition.
Alright. Godfather's gonna have the van pull over somewhere like out of sight of the airport, and he's gonna try to render first aid on Fenway.
Brilliant. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's gonna bust out his savior med kit, inject it into him. It'll auto stabilize him, and I'm gonna have it assist me with my medical roll. So it's gonna roll 12d6, and however many hits it gets, I add to my dice pool. So I get a +2 on my first aid roll.
pretty good. Is it 1 hit point per 2 boxes? Is that how it works?
I think it's 1 hit point per 2 successes.
So sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah. So you get 2 hit points back, 2 boxes back, and it brings you back from the brink of death. You still need hospitalization.
Yeah, I think I'm still unconscious
because,
though, aren't I?
yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. It's not like D&D where you just like start
Yeah, like
fucking jumping off.
I'm still like one in the overflow.
Yeah. Oh, you're still in overflow.
Yeah, because like it goes to -3, so I healed 2.
You'd still be unconscious. Even if you weren't in overflow, you'd still be unconscious.
Yeah, that's
I
what I'm
think
saying.
stabilization takes you out of overflow.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, so you'll be comatose for a while, and without proper medical attention, you're likely to die because there's only so much first aid can do against 7th degree burns.
Yeah. My father's like, Christ, he needs a hospital. What do you reckon this backwater shithole of a country has one? And he's like, Mako, you want to look up, see if this place has anything resembling a medical facility?
It was for sure a hospital. Yeah. I'll try to find the coordinates, I guess, for the hospital.
Yeah.
I know there's one for sure because it's a target of these guys. But...
Right? It's in the notes. There must be a hospital. It's in there.
Let's find another hospital, maybe, that's not on the target list, like that fucking airport was.
We don't know which hospital they're targeting, so. But we know there's at least
something
one.
that, Christ, a clinic, a street dock.
Yeah, I'll start looking.
Can I?
It's not going to be hard. Like, you don't have to do a search check or anything like that. You're going to be able to find some clinics and some like a dock wagon terminal, but there is only one hospital.
I'll populate Godfather's AR with a bunch of arrows for the different op.
We haven't got a fake sin. We probably can't get him in anywhere legitimate. Unless we put in a call to Mr. Johnson. Thoughts?
I have an idea. I might be able to get him into emergency without doing paperwork. It
Fair
might be a
enough.
bit of a ruse, but I'm sure it would work long enough to get the medical treatment.
All
And
right.
after
Thoughts
that, we
on
just have to slip.
thoughts on Omen getting us into the ER and mind controlling anybody who asks questions?
Well, I was thinking more just me making myself look like a doctor, taking on a uniform and rushing him in and, you know, pretending that it's an emergency, which it kind of is, and, well, hopefully people just react. And then if I need to mind control, then I can do that later.
It's risky.
It is, but, I mean, he needs a doctor.
All right. We take him to a clinic. Have you bluster past and mind control anyone who gets in his way. Anyone want to go in with him?
I shall be alright.
I can go in the front door at least and be near.
Yeah. We'll wait outside.
I mean, I don't know if it's going to be a quick in and out thing for him though. He's pretty bad at it.
Mm-hmm.
Realize that you have no windscreen and bullet holes in the side of your vehicle. Like, this is not
well aware of that.
Yeah, okay.
Just thinking about that actually.
Yeah, oh no, he slipped and fell. Fuck, is anyone a doctor? This guy, he fell down the stairs. Shut himself
All right,
in.
we may have to.
Guys, he listened to my
We may have to
mixtape,
put in a
like he
call to
wasn't
Mr.
ready.
Johnson and see if we may have to put in a call to Mr. Johnson and see if he's just willing to tell the hospital not to ask questions.
I think that's our best bet.
All right, so we put Omen on the phone with him. Talkiest.
Yeah.
All right.
Alrighty. I'll flip open my phone and I'll. For some reason, I have a flip phone in this day and age, but it's
The
retro. I
com.
like it.
It's a throwback.
It's retro.
Com, flip com. It's custom. And
Verizon makes it. It's for hipsters.
it fits then. And I'll call up Johnson. Yellow.
Bangkok Johnson.
Well, wasn't our? We
Interior-
haven't really. Have we gotten our?
Interior Minister Johnson.
No,
we
no,
called
no,
him
no.
once, and he told us to land at the airport, and that's how Andre died, and Fenway's currently dying.
Right. Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
To play devil's advocate, there's a little more to it than that.
Nope, that's all there was to it. He's fucked us over here. We need to get back, and that's all we're gonna say about the conversation. Anyway,
he sent
just
two
ignore and
sent
keep
two
calling.
untrained guys with one machine gun to retake a place with a tank. Maybe we wasn't supposed to survive.
Hush now, Fenway. This isn't the time to strain yourself.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'll call up the internal ministers, Johnson, that we were supposed to meet here.
See, you landed safely. That's good.
Yes. Unfortunately, you didn't give us all the information, did you? We kind of had a bit of a spot of bother there. You weren't in the airport at all.
Professionals, no? I thought that this would be a little test for you.
Right, well, yes, it was a little test and we passed, but as a reward, we're going to need access to a hospital with no questions asked for one of our members.
Very good. Mr. Ong and Pok Pok will take you there.
Who the hell is Pok?
Pok Pok is your gunner. Mr. Ong is your driver. Tell Mr. Ong you want to go to hospital. He will take you there.
No, your incompetent little soldiers. They got killed as soon as they tried to pick us up.
Oh, shit.
Yes, both of them. We're in their van now, all shot up. We're at the hospital. Can you make a call?
Yes. Take Ong and Pok Pok to hospital. Save their lives.
All right, but make sure they've got the call to the hospital. That we can't be stopped at any way.
You have license plate, no? That is all you need in Cambodia. You have big black truck and license plate. You can run over anyone in your way.
All right. Good to know. All right, we'll get in there now. Just hang up. Yeah, he says as long as we got this car and the license plate, we can pretty much do what we want. I did tell him that we'd try and put his two guys in the hospital, but they're long dead. But he doesn't know that, so let's just put Fenway in.
Tell him next time he wants to fuck us over and get a member of our team killed, we're gonna put a bullet in his ass.
Oh, I'm just going to keep bringing it up and making him feel like shit, so I can keep manipulating him. But I mean,
You're
that's a
planning
good
to
option
guilt
too.
him? What are you, his mother?
Well, I guess as long as it gets what I want, I'll do whatever it takes. And it seemed to work. I got us access to the hospital, didn't it?
God damn it. Godfather will pull up the van controls and AR and pilot us to the hospital while keeping an eye on Fenway.
People get the fuck out of your way, right? Like tuk-tuks, which are little sidecar things, and motorbikes, and they have this really strange thing that's like half a tractor. If you imagine the back two wheels of the tractor and the engine, and the whole thing is connected to a front wheel by long planks of wood. It's incredible. If I find a picture of one, I'll show you. Anyway, these things
Like
get
a
the fuck
wooden
out of
half track.
a wooden, yeah, like that, yeah. That's not a bad description. Got the back two wheel, because you've seen, I don't know if you're rural at least, you would have seen half tractors where they just use the back end of the tractor and they attach it to like a bin or something, a plow. Maybe you haven't seen it, but they're not that uncommon.
Yeah.
Well, this one takes that to a step further. It's got no cab. It's only got two wheels, a seat, and an engine. And two planks of wood go up towards like a wheelbarrow, a giant wheelbarrow, like 7 meters long. They're fucking incredible. Like they're really like no other vehicle I've ever seen in my life. The only people who don't get out of the road are the buffalo. So you're like, are you just going to run over the buffalo or what? What are you going to do?
How big are they?
Buffalo are pretty big, man. They weigh like 250 pounds.
Yeah.
No, more than that. Probably about 400 pounds.
So what
450
sort of
pounds.
like if you ram a buffalo, you're gonna kill your car.
Bulldogs are pretty tough, but
I mean,
it'd kill a jackrabbit.
I think but the thing is, it'll sweep the legs, and the thing will go through the windshield.
We don't have a windshield.
Well, it's gonna go through Godfather.
That's entirely possible. Or even worse, it goes under. Because if it goes under, you're rolling. And things that's nothing but solid muscle.
Is that what you're talking?
Like that. It's not really. Like, okay, so that's the back part where they sit on. But instead of having those handles, we have to walk behind. Instead of having those handles, the two planks of wood go forward towards a unicycle-style central wheel.
I think
okay.
I think I get it.
Yeah, they're fucking nuts.
So yeah, can I pilot around the buffalo, or are they like completely obscuring the road?
Basically obscuring the road. I found them. These are amazing. You're gonna love these. Absolutely love them. This is a stock image. There's so many I could pull up, but this is the first one that came up, and this is pretty typical.
Oh yeah.
Aren't they fucking amazing?
That's pretty genius.
Yeah.
It's like nothing else, man. It's like absolutely nothing else you'll ever see.
Oh wait, are these things called buffalo, or are they actual buffalo, like the animal?
They're the animal, like they're
Okay.
driving their buffalo down through the main street. So these guys get out of the way, and the motorbikes and the cars and the pedestrians get out of the way, the dogs and the cats. But the buffalo, they just speed up a little. They just start trotting. Trot, 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 trot. Shit, I better get out of the way. I'll keep going forward. Trot, 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 trot. And there's like 20 of them. 20 buffalo just blocking the road.
Kind of hammer the horn. Yeah.
Yeah, they trot. They look over their shoulders and trot.
Fuck this. I don't know if it works on animals. Can I try and mob mine the buffalo to get out the fucking way?
It works. I don't think it doesn't work. I don't know.
I'll
You have to be sentient.
Sentient. Okay.
There's another spell called Control Pack.
Okay.
And I think you have to do it for each type of animal.
Right. So no, I can't really.
God damn it! Godfather's clearly just like angry out of his fucking mind. He goes over to.
So you keep going.
He goes over to his duffel, unzips it, pulls out an assault rifle, like undoes the folding stock, goes up to the like smashed out windshield of the van, extends the tripod.
No fun!
And first of all, he fires a 3-round burst like up into the air. Yeah.
That scatters them. Yeah, like they know the sounds of cars, but they also know the sounds of guns, and they start running and they scatter in both directions. The poor farmer is ruined as his buffalo fall down canals and run through little makeshift houses, and one gets hit by a motorbike, and the motorbike driver goes head straight over the handlebars. But you guys have a path now.
That was funny because I was going to do the exact same thing.
plus side, he has the government's license plate to complain to, not your.
Size
Yeah.
plate, and that means you don't complain. That's a typical road. But there's no buffalo, so it's atypical. Oh, this is what I was looking for. This is the picture. Well, a picture like this anyway. I know I'm sharing a lot, but that's it. Like what the fuck, guys?
It's like a wooden chariot.
Yes, it's a You see, and you even
Yeah.
pilot it like chariot style. It's like having a pair of wooden reins. That's how they fucking steer with those wooden reins.
That's
It's incredible.
fantastic.
They really are
That's
incredible,
amazing.
right? I want one. I genuinely want one.
It'd be so good if you could get that, like an actual, like as you said, like a wooden chariot, like make a proper chariot, but instead of the horses, use the tractor. Use that as a fucking
Didn't
way to get around.
didn't they do like motorcycle chariot racing at one point? I swear to God, that was a thing.
I've been to something like that. Yeah. Like a drag race that has sort of like speed cars, but a bit different. Yeah.
They literally used to do chariot races where it was like a chariot, like an actual chariot with just two motorcycles instead of horses.
Oh, I've only seen with a single motorcycle. That's even zanier. 2 cycles.
It's amazing.
All right.
Yeah.
Pretty gnarly. Pretty nuts. Oh, that's right.
Just this, the party sat outside the hospital, like looking at pictures of tractors on their phone.
Yeah.
You're getting your culture shock. Okay, so anyway, you make it to the hospital, and there's some dock wagons there. Some of them are stationary, some of them are delivering heart attack patients. There's a few outpatients. We were walking on crutches and the like. One or two foreigners, a white guy and a Japanese guy, and a bunch of rich Cambodians. Everyone gets out of your way.
Yeah, Godfather will try to like lift Rickett or lift Fenway. Like, you know, he's kind of trained in medicine, so he kind of knows how to lift a patient. But he's like also not super strong, so he's gonna ask somebody to help him.
Yeah, a couple of nurses come out. They're only about 4'10", but they are strong. And these nurses lift up Fenway, put him onto a emergency bed that was probably state of the art in the 2010s, and start wheeling him inside.
Yeah. Godfather's gonna follow along after them.
Yeah, they're going to take him to the operating theatre, so like you kind of can't come in here, even with your government license plates.
All right, motherfucker.
All right. So you watch as he gets taken away. That's how you leave it. You're gonna let them do their thing on him.
Yeah, I suppose he's kind of in critical condition, and it's a hospital.
I mean, can I just having a look around the hospital, like just kind of in it because they're there,
Yeah.
and knowing that something's supposed to be going on at a hospital. I just kind of look around for anything out of the ordinary, anything looks a bit funny or weird, or guys that shouldn't be here, like that are a bit more armored, something like that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I guess it's a perception check. Can't think of anything else that might help. Some kind of what's insight called again? It's like not judge intentions.
Judge intent. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's not really appropriate because you can't judge the intentions of a waiting room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean like perception?
I guess it's perception. Yeah.
Okay. Perception. Where is that on this thing?
Could also be etiquette, technically.
Yeah. Yeah. Hospital would
to know
probably be the very best.
What would be like normal for a situation or area.
Yeah, that's actually a really good one. Yeah. So I guess no one has hospital etiquette, but if you do, that'd be great.
I have etiquette in general, but I don't have hospital etiquette.
Yeah, you can just use etiquette in general.
Okay. Attribute value. Where is etiquette? Somewhere here. Etiquette, there it is. Right. Oops, I just turned it into shade accidentally. 2 successes.
All right. Yeah. So this appears to be an upper class facility, such as it is. An upper class society, an upper class facility which makes it roughly adequate to a modern hospital, like in 2010, 2020. You know, it's inadequate, but still pretty good compared to the alternative. They do cyberware here. They do. You can see someone coming in to get his prosthetic arm looked at or recalibrated, perhaps. So they do a little bit of cyber work here, a little bit of molecular biology, some infectious disease control, that sort of stuff. But predominantly, it's about motor vehicle accidents and those kind of relatively standard injuries.
Mm. Okay.
Godfather will leave the comm number for one of his burner comms as the contact number for essentially like Omen's next of kin, or not Omen, Fenway's next of kin to like contact when he's awake and tell his condition.
All right. How long are we going to wait here? We're going to wait 10 minutes, an hour, a day?
Maybe we should wait long enough to get the prognosis on
Mm-hmm.
Fenway. While we do wait, however long it is, I'm going to launch my agent program and have it searching for any hidden comm links, and I want it to cross-reference those comm links with the comm code numbers that I believe we have for Chef and Clockwork that was taken from Red's comm.
Yeah.
But I want it to report any hidden devices it finds.
Yeah, absolutely. Make a search check.
I should pull up my character sheet.
Yeah.
4 hits, that's very good.
You managed to find several, and because you find several, you don't really know what to do with them. First of all, none of them cross-reference to any number that you already had, so that clears that up. But it does appear that there are at least 20 people here running silent.
We'll start. I'll direct the agent to start looking closer at him, get more information about him.
Surgeon, nurse, nurse, viral, doctor on duty, etc. Doctor sleeping. It appears to be basically medical staff who don't want to be disturbed, but have to keep their pager ready anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all pretty reasonable. It'd be kind of, I mean, I could search through all of them, but I'm just going to leave it be. If there's anything that stands out from that group, though.
Yeah, mostly seems to be medical staff. Yeah, medical staff. Interestingly, if this is interesting, maybe, I don't know. The nurses tend to be Cambodians, Khmer, and the doctors tend to be foreigners.
Okay, that is interesting.
Khmer nurses. Our boy's in danger. Racism powers activate.
Actually, I'm gonna take a seat back in the van and hopefully have one of the other people look after my body. And I'm gonna quickly jump into the astral and go into where Fenway's aura is and just see if it's not teetering out or like something like that.
Yeah, he is. His lifeline is all but extinguished. But there are several other vibrant life forces working around him frantically.
All right. Well, at least they're frantically working. It means they're not just trying to kill him, so that's good. Yeah, I just want to go into the room just to get in astral to have a look.
Sure.
Okay. If everything checks out and it's not anything weird, I'll jump back out of astral and wait.
And we're waiting for the prognosis, waiting for someone to come and tell us how things are.
Hmm.
About 45 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, not quite an hour. The burner phone gets a message and says, "Hello." It's all text. "Hello, my name is Dr. Lewis. I am the patient's operating surgeon. Um, we think he's going to make it."
Excellent news. What's his status?
He will be comatose for several days. We're going to keep him in life support probably for about 2 hours, and after that, he expected to make a full recovery over the course of about 6. There will be extensive scarring, of course, but we're confident that we can any nerve damage, any tissue. Uh, there'll be severe cause problem, but plastic surgery is out of sight of our purview. It will, it will. Your patient's health insurance does not cover surgery.
Understood. Thank you for the update, Doctor.
I do hope that we can find time to meet in person once you have settled in.
I'll go back to you. Have several matters on.
If any of you or your kin should require cybernetic maintenance, it can be all the health package that has been provided to you by the government covers maintenance, but not replacements or repairs.
Understood.
He doesn't get back to you after that.
All right. Godfather's gonna calm the team. Says, just got back from the doctor. Fenway's gonna be in critical condition for a couple days, but is expected to recover. But he's gonna be out of action for a couple weeks from the sound of it. So, what's our next move?
I suppose in the meantime we can deal with the Johnson that we were supposed to meet, right?
We're gonna have to sooner or later. We'll need to. Probably should talk to him first before looking to find our safe house, check that out, and see if it's gonna be.
Mm. Suppose Omen should get in touch with Mr. Johnson, ask whether he wants to meet now or have us settle in first.
All right.
Just make sure he understands that we've been flying for about, what was it, 24 hours and just
to men-
went through a gun battle.
Loud and clear. Yeah, I'll punch in his numbers and give him a call.
How are they doing? Are they going to pull through?
Unfortunately, your men have perished. It's quite the sad scene here. Luckily, one of our members that got hurt is going to survive. Well, Sadly, the other died on the blast. Losses all around, I'm afraid.
You hear
Anyway,
the smashing of glass.
yes, that's all that sad stuff. Back into business, which you also screwed us on. Would you like us to report in right away, or can we set up a base of operations for the, for the future dealings?
I'm sorry for your loss. You may kick the bulldog as compensation. The top floor of the Hilton Hotel is yours for the duration of your stay here in Siam Reap. I advise that you stick to your hotel rooms and drink only at the hotel bar. It would not be prudent to go stirring up the locals.
Right. Well,
He's speaking in English for the record.
okay. Right, well, with that all cleared up, where are we supposed to be meeting you for further information?
Town Hall is in the center of Siam Reap. You cannot miss it. It is a large white building with old Roman-style column. You can meet me here. I am here most of the time. Otherwise, you may relax and rest in the Hilton for as long as you require. You are here at our pleasure.
Hmm. Funny that. We're here at your pleasure, but yet you send us immediately after a 24-hour flight into a tank and... Anyway, um, I'll discuss the plan with the rest of the party, and I'll send you a comm message once we're on our way.
I hope that your team proves more competent in the future.
I hope you be more honest with us in the future, so we can actually prepare for things rather than just get thrown into them. Otherwise, we're not going to be very helpful.
I understand. It seems that a simple matrix search was too much for you to consider. We shall be waiting for you.
Right. Okay, hang up. Lovely chat. Apparently we all have rooms on the top of the Hilton. Whether we want to use that or not, it's really rough. But he's always at the town hall in the center of Siam Reap. That's where we can meet him. He didn't really care didn't seem to care which way we went.
Let's just go to the hotel.
At least it's on the top floor, so no attacks from above. But it also means we can't exactly leave very easily.
At this point, I honestly stopped caring.
Alright. Let's go to the Hilton then.
All right. So you go into the center of town, and Siam Reap is based around a single central intersection. But rather than being an intersection where cars come and go, it's a walking intersection. There are no cars technically allowed in the center of town. Government vehicles obviously are the exception. Obviously. In addition to a lot of high-rise buildings, hotels, and malls and 7-Elevens, there is also a large market, a really big traditional Asian wet market where you can buy everything from shoes to live crabs. It's all there in one great big hodgepodge bazaar. Anyway, you were able to drive past all the AR feeds are saying you are not allowed to enter here. You are not allowed to enter here. Government override. Government override. And so on. And so you're able to drive all the way up to the front door of the Hilton, and indeed you can park inside if you want to. How are you, man?
Hey guys.
Welcome, welcome.
Ew.
Howdy.
Hey, I've got a guy who might want to listen in. Is that all right with everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm all good.
Fine with me. Yeah.
It's Brian, Matt.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So how do I invite him to?
I think I'll have to because he'll have to
You'll
join
have to
the
invite,
the
yeah.
channel to begin with. Yeah.
You've got his deets, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, I can do it. I'll give him the server first.
Yeah, I was chatting to him a little while ago, and he was keen on listening in.
Did you forget we were starting at 11 today?
Yes, I did. Shit.
Yeah. I sent you a
No
message.
worries, we haven't done much. We've just
Yeah.
we've taken Fenway to the hospital.
Yeah, and Omen has very passive aggressively nagged our Johnson
Mhm.
I'm not an
over the
openly
death of
aggressive.
one of our com.
He's not a very aggressive person, open.
The
It's
pussiest
been
black mage I've ever seen.
Carrick's been recording, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's starting.
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet. I'll go back and listen to it at the end.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's true.
cool.
It's tough to muster genuine anger over Andre's death.
Mm.
Hey man, he was our teammate, and this is a chance for a payday.
With the old video, I tried to cut out the bits where Arctic is in there, but you can't do that with just the YouTube editor thing. Like pretty much, you only use that to add like annotations and things. That's quite disappointing.
Exactly.
If we were smart, we wouldn't have told him Andre died, and we would have just collected his pay.
Cool. Shadow operative.
I think they may have figured that out eventually, though.
All right. Well, we won't wait for him. He'll either join or he won't.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So there you are. You've arrived at the Hilton. You take your car in. A valet comes out and parks your bullet-riddled car, presuming you let him.
Yeah, don't
Um,
scratch it.
Yeah, he little 4'10" Khmer guy with a weedy little Spanish style moustache nods at you as if like he takes you seriously. He can't take you seriously, but he does anyway. No scratch there, no damage, I promise. And the car stays taken underneath the ground down into the subterranean car park. And yeah, you try to get past security, and they aren't going to let you in. Not like, look at you. Security's a troll. This big Asian troll, probably Thai or Khmer or who knows. This big Asian troll, and he's like, no, you cannot come in here without reservation.
We have reservation. We have the top 4 booked.
One moment, he talks in his comlink. He begins looking at you, each of you, and he steps aside and lets you in. Seems quite surprised. But once you're inside, polished wooden floors, real fake plants, chandeliers, the reception is ready for you and smiling. Security is also smiling, but they're pretty damn nervous. By the time you've made it to the reception desk, however, the general manager has come down. Hello, honored guests. My name is Nancy. Is anyone here from the United Canadian and American States?
Yes.
Hello, fellow American, she says, bowing to you. If there is anything that we can do for you here in your stay, I would make it my personal pleasure to make sure that you enjoy everything. Entertainment is provided for you. Should you require any drinks or companionship, it can be sent up to your room free of charge.
All the above.
Well, I shall provide. I shall make sure that your cares are taken care of. If you have any problems, please contact me, and I will do all that is in my power to make fellow Americans and their friends satisfied.
We'll take you up on that offer once we've settled in, I'm sure.
Oh, very good. She gives you the maglock keys, shows you where the elevator is, shows you where the stairs are if you don't like elevators, and the top floor shall be yours.
So just a quick question that I meant to ask during the week, but I forgot. Are we gonna keep this van, or are we giving?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it-
they just gave it to
Mr.
you.
Johnson specifically said, like, hey, as an apology for your dead friend, keep the van.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, okay, we'll cover this morning then.
I mean, I imagine he was planning to give it to us anyway, because what is he going to do? Take it back? But,
I just was the other thing is obviously it's like I said, it's a government. It's an obvious government vehicle as well. So I wasn't sure if we wanted to be.
yeah, in case you were curious, Andre, you were worth 35 grand minus the cost of repairs.
Slight damage.
Yeah, he was only little though.
Yeah, it was
That
like
is
half
your
human.
valuation, but to the
Yeah.
steam.
No organs don't sell for much, and it didn't have any cyberdisk deal. You know.
Did we bring either of the bodies back from the guys?
I don't think we said we kicked him out.
Was
Did we? Yeah.
Andre's body salvageable?
No,
Well, no,
but the
I
other
meant,
two would have been.
I meant more the two guys that were in the van.
Oh
They were
yeah,
the
those two
ones.
guys.
I just wasn't sure if we kicked them out. Or not.
Probably maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe the driver, but
But
I think
we,
I don't know.
Barcock, that's his name.
Bok and Mr. Ong.
Cockbock. That's it.
Yeah, no, I would have liked to have brought them back if possible. That's all.
That poor driver.
I think we were already driving by then, though. Like that.
Possibly.
Yeah,
I couldn't remember. Yeah. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if we like ripped him out when we hopped in, or if we'd like shoved him over into the other seat or something. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, no, all good.
All right.
Are we gonna stay here? Or are we still at the farm?
I am for at least 3 hours.
Yeah. Oh, I meant long term. Yeah.
For someplace I can secure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Is that room pretty snazzy?
Oh, absolutely. It's schmick. It pretends to be a 6-star hotel. It ends up being about a 4-star hotel. It's got hot water, but when you turn the tap on, it goes blip, 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 and it comes out brown initially, but then it turns kind of clear.
Mhm.
That's because no one can afford this room normally.
It's like the pipes are clogged with shit because no one's been here for a while.
Mm.
It's like the communist hotel they built in like North Korea. It was like the largest hotel in the world, but nobody can stay there because it's fucking North Korea.
Oh man, like I shared a video, like a shitty Shadowrun movie video about a week or two ago, and what happens is it takes place on the top floor of that building, and just as they're fucking the Americans are starting to win, the rockets fire, and the top of the building shoots into outer space like a fucking satellite. Yeah, it was cool.
I think that might be a documentary, actually.
Yeah. Kim has ascended. All right. So yeah, here we are in a magnificent hotel. Some champagne on ice is sent up for you. It's delivered by some beautiful women in the early 30s that greet you in English. There's a needle dispensary here. There's a bag of weed already provided in one of the nightstands. This place is decked. You got your own veranda looking over the city. It's only on the 7th floor, but that still makes it one of the tallest buildings in town. It's not a very big city.
What booze does she send up?
Champagne. white, obviously champagne.
Godfather, the paranoid fuck, like the second he gets into the suite, he produces a bug scanner from his duffel bag and starts like going through the suite looking
You
for
find a couple
bugs.
of bugs. Yeah, it's not hard. You find a few.
I immediately smoke the weed. I'm
Yeah,
selling
no
the weed.
worries. It's about an ounce here, so even if you're a heavy smoker, it's probably going to take you a week to get through.
Cool.
Godfather will tag a race every bug he can find.
Just a weed
It's,
cigar.
Yeah, that's right. Big 6-paper joint. Yeah, you managed to find like about 3 bugs, but they were, they were put there relatively simply. One underneath the table, one inside the vase that's on the table, one beside the clock. It's whoever put these here is like a 2-bit operative. They watched a movie on what it means to be clandestine and followed the instructions by the book.
They just left one on the table and written like, "This is not a bug."
Still in its packet, yeah,
Got like Acme written on the side.
exactly. Yeah, well, this place is yours. It's 3 bedrooms, so probably not big enough for everyone. But it's got its own jacuzzi. The bedrooms are huge, king-size beds, veranda, private bar. Um, it's got a little it's how strip clubs have pole dancers. It's got its own little pole dancing thing. It's only about 7 feet wide, a little circular platform with a pole at the middle. So yeah, you can sit there. There's mirrors on the ceiling, so you can watch yourself watching someone else dance.
Plus, you get a better view. More
Exactly.
angles.
That's right. That's what it's all about.
Well, I immediately popped that champagne.
Brilliant. It is
but I
mediocre.
probably don't know how to pop the champagne, so I probably like make a bit of a mess with it.
Yeah, no
You're an
doubt.
orc, you like bite the end off with your teeth, spit it out.
I don't
Oh.
eat glass. God.
What are you doing? Oh god! Oh god! What
Well,
a
I'll probably just like rip the cork out and fucking nearly break a window or something.
Call him a
What else?
trog, Omen. Call him a trog.
shoots the mirror in the roof, just cracks it.
You're supposed to shake these first, aren't you? I'm sure I've seen them do that.
While
A
everyone's
Roomba.
busy
Yeah.
drinking
Yeah.
and smoking and bug sweeping, Mako's gonna go and claim the shower.
Brilliant. Marble. You're the one who gets the dirty water coming through first, but after waiting for about 30 seconds, it gets hot and clean. The whole place cleans itself automatically. Little Roombas come out and start vacuuming up the broken glass and the chunks of cork and yeah.
I'm gonna look out the window.
You look down at a bustling little city where roughly 1 in every 20 people, about 5% of the people, appear to be foreigners. I say foreigners, I mean white people, because I'm not really counting the Chinese and the Japanese among the foreigners. They make up about another 10%. So it's
Can't
roughly
tell the difference
85%. From this distance, it is very hard, except for the fact that they are dressed much better than the Khmers. So about 85% Khmer, about 10% Chinese, Japanese, and 5% everything else. Eskimo, German, everything.
All right.
Everything.
I'm gonna check all the other rooms.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just get a feel for, like the layout of the place.
It's meant to be a penthouse suite. Like you can see some rich dude turning up here with $10,000 and spending it in one night.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah, I'm getting a feel for the layout, familiarizing myself with where the doors are, closets, exits, fire exits.
Because you've got the whole floor, there's windows on each side, so you can basically see in all cardinal directions. But the veranda is only looking down on the town centre.
Yep. Is there any? So there's a stairwell and an elevator. That's the only 2 exits, I'm assuming.
That's right. You can see Angkor from here, about 10 kilometres away.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's hot air balloons flying over it right now. So they obviously get some tourism, even though it's or in the middle of an economic crisis.
All right. Is there? Hey, Godfather. Did you have in your kit there any kind of like motion sensors?
Technically, you're wearing a motion sensor. Part of your pack.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like something we can stick in the stairwell.
Well, as long as it didn't get stolen, you could stick your pack in the stairwell technically.
I just think we should be aware of our surroundings.
Uh,
I mean,
I
for the
can
while
click the
we
drone and leave it there. I get something else. You can watch your backs anyway.
What's the furniture like in here, Matt?
Not very durable. It wouldn't hold up to a troll in any circumstance. But it's fake comfortable, fake quality. Like it looks really nice, but is
Full style, no
lightweight.
substance.
Precisely. Yeah, like
Alright,
everything else.
All right, I'm gonna reach into my backpack and I'm gonna pull out a little tube, probably about the size of like a soft drink can,
Yeah.
and press a button on it, and
All right.
it's going to unfold into a folding meta chair.
Yeah, sure. No
Which
worries.
is specifically designed for orcs and trolls.
Yeah. Yeah. No worries. This way you won't be billed.
Takes about 2 minutes, but it self-assembles.
Nice.
easy.
Yeah, man.
Would you want me to summon a Watcher Spirit for the stairwell while we're here? Not
Yeah,
sure how
that'd be
long
I
good.
we
can
can
put
just-
my. Oh, no bother. I got a drone I can put in there, and I got something else that can watch our backs while we sleep in here.
Yeah, Watcher Spirit wouldn't hurt for astral coverage though. Who knows what kind of shit's
Certainly.
going on
Yeah.
here.
Alright, so add a character. What the hell's a Watcher Spirit? Because I only heard about them.
Okay, so Watcher
It's a
Spirit isn't
ritual.
like a normal spirit. It's you actually make it out of mana, and they're pretty dumb. As opposed to normal spirits, but they just like they don't have the issues of you have to treat them nicely or anything because it's literally just
Mana.
it's a thing that you've manufactured.
It's
out of
also
Right,
a
okay.
ritual.
Yeah.
And how does it summon? Do I summon it the same way as normal spirits?
No, it's a
It's a
ritual.
ritual.
It takes a bit longer, and
Oh,
You have to know
okay.
the ritual.
Right.
Yeah, I
So-
could technically just summon a normal spirit.
Yeah, I'll just do that.
Yeah, man or fire. Or probably.
Go man.
I think man would be good just so we don't set the room on fire if it needs to materialize.
Yeah. Plus, if I need to take it anywhere else in a city, it wouldn't. What's the name?
Did we
Yeah,
end up inviting those girls up or not?
I think
Are they
so.
here? I think they're here, aren't they? Yes. So they're pretty not freaked out. They're kind of just fascinated by you guys with all your fucking like. I just put my duffel bag down with all my heavy assault rifles, and these girls are hardened prostitutes, but you guys are hardened criminals. And prostitutes, quite frankly, go wet for people like you guys. Like it's to them, like you're not just bad boys, you're bad boys who don't give a fuck. Is there anything more sexy in this world than a rebel without a cause?
More importantly, we probably got heaps of money.
That's
Yeah. Yeah.
that's the bigger point.
And big orc cock.
Does this suite have like individual bedrooms?
There's 3 bedrooms, each with a king size bed.
Okay. Godfather like puts all his shit in one of the rooms and basically isolates himself for the night because this is not his shit.
What do the beds look like, by the way? Are they similar shoddy quality?
No, they're magnificent. If the only thing that they put any effort into is the bed. Yeah, they're coin operated beds. They will vibrate for you.
Yeah, they know they're
yeah.
real. Yeah, all right, sweet.
I think these beds are probably worth about $4,000 each. They are expensive.
Thank God, Andre's not here.
Think we could get away with stealing them like hotel towels?
Probably government. I was just gonna summon a level 2.
Yeah,
Just a,
sure.
just a smallie.
All right. And so what's he? 5 successes. I'll give him his resistance. It's only a
Yeah.
level 2, so
Oh, so if it's 2, it'd be a level 3 technically.
yep,
So
good call.
3 dice.
Level 3. It doesn't resist at all, and doesn't resist at all. So yeah, you've got your spirit. He's at your disposal at this point.
Right. I'll as he appears, I'll spirit a man. I'll slide him. This is gonna be a pretty boring job, so I'll give him 20 reagents. And he'll right. I'm going to need you to keep an eye on that stairwell just outside. Make sure no one's coming up, and if there is, tell me. Could you do that?
It would be happy to. It informs you that there is no spirits currently in this room, but it shortly after informs you that there are spirits patrolling the hotel in general. It seems that they do have some kind of arcane security here.
Right. Well, keep me posted and try to keep out of the way of the other astral security. Probably best not to disturb them. Make a
And follows
ruckus.
your instructions to the letter.
Cool. I'll mark off 1 of service.
So, does anyone remember what time? I think we must have arrived at night time, didn't we? Because is that right? I can't even remember at this
Um,
point.
I
No,
don't
we
believe we
flew
ever
through the night.
established what time of day it was.
Never really established. I lost track after we took off from Bangkok and flew for like X hours.
Mm.
I can't remember.
Yeah, well, it got more complicated because we flew like half the journey and then Mach 5 the rest of it.
Yeah, let's just assume that it's sunset right now. So you've got this magnificent sunset over the jungles of Cambodia, illuminating Angkor Wat in the distance through some reddish pink purple glow. The town is alive 24/7. It certainly doesn't stop when night falls. The beeping just gets louder, and the sights of tuk-tuks are replaced by the sights of little glowing red lights, their tail lights and their headlights and so on. You see old creepy fat guys walking around with young women under half their age. Vendors trying to sell them everything from crocodile meat to feathers that are genuine feathers taken from real life rocks, and so on. There's a jewel market, a much larger wet market, and the place is alive. But from your distance, it's nothing but toot 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 toot. That's really all. That's the only interaction you're really having is listening to the sounds of the city, while the city goes about doing its own thing, not bothering you. One thing you do notice, however, which probably surprises no one, is how shut down the city is. There are entire sectors of the city that seem to not even have an electricity. Whole suburbs that just lie in darkness, and very little except for the symbols of AAAs like Wuxing, Horizon, Ares. They're lighting up the night sky, but that's all they're doing. It's like they're still advertising their business, but they're not offering any services. Everything's shut down. All the cops are gone. They're pissed off. The city is in shutdown, and yet the tourist trade keeps going.
Is Angkor what direction is Angkor Wat in?
I think it's north. Yeah,
North?
and it's
Alright.
only about 10 kilometers, so it's quite close.
I was just wondering in relation to the sunset, which direction.
Yeah, no, it casts a shadow, highlighting the side of it, but isn't behind or in front of it.
Yeah. That'll look gorgeous though.
It is. It really is. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And giant eagles flying through the sky above it. It's magnificent.
These girls, do they speak English?
They do speak English. They are Thai, but they speak English. They don't speak a word of command.
I stow my gear in one of the other bedrooms. I don't really have much. I just got a duffel bag and a backpack.
She looks inside your bag and is impressed by what you're packing.
And then I'll sit down in the chair with the champagne, and I guess I'll better get some glasses.
Bitter than sweet. It's not particularly good champagne, on the contrary, but it's alcoholic and it bubbles. And the girls are keen to have a drink.
It's probably better than what I normally drink. So I'll pour a glass and sit down and just fucking make small talk.
You've made it, right? You've made it at this point. You're in the penthouse of a Hilton hotel, drinking wine that you didn't pay for with a beautiful woman or multiple thereof. Has life ever been better for you?
Maybe. Probably not.
Maybe not.
This one time in Chicago.
At band camp.
Things were pretty sweet in Seattle.
Like
You're
to
an
tell
orc.
yourself. Yeah.
But this time I get to make the decision, so that's new. Exotic location, that's pretty sweet.
Mm.
I mean, I guess if
Mako's-
you were area security, like
Yeah.
it might have been decent as an orc in Seattle.
Except for all those Shadowrunners killing your friends.
Yeah, the bastards.
Mm.
Relentless.
Mako's gonna go and claim the third bedroom since no one's done that.
No one's made a move yet. All right.
No.
Once Smoke goes out of the shower, I'll be jumping in the shower.
Brilliant. There's two showers. Two of the bedrooms have en suites. So yeah, you can. It's magnificent. There's not only showers. There's bathtubs. There's a jacuzzi. The place is decked.
Oh, fuck yeah.
It's magnificent, right? Yeah.
All right, I'll save the bath for later. For now, with these girls, I want to talk about the city.
They hate it. They think this place is shit. They think the whole country is shit. They can't wait to get back to Thailand.
They're from Bangkok.
They're Bangkok girls. That's right. But yeah, that's right.
I bet they're Bangkok girls.
Do they
So-
is it alright if I was with you for this?
Yeah,
I guess so,
totally
yeah.
fine. That's actually
For
half
the
reason.
shower?
No, for the talking.
Oh, okay.
Shower, maybe, but no.
But I don't
probably
know,
not.
he is a seducer mage. Like maybe.
Mm.
Right.
When you sit
Um,
down, one comes and sits beside you, Omen, and puts her arm around you and starts playing. Do you have like a necklace or a chain or anything? Does she just undo the top button? Something like that.
Okay. So, you girls were brought in precisely for this job, or?
No, we work here at the Hilton.
I suppose you don't get too much business here in such a nice hotel with the economy at the moment.
It was good, but now it's not good. Yes, some old girls already go home, but we stay here because I have repayments for my motorcycle. The local girls are dirty, says one of the other girls. They have disease. HIV invites us. You should not touch them.
I don't doubt it.
So are they aware of what's happened in Bangkok?
As in the coup, yeah, they've heard about the coup. They're afraid for their families, but at the same time, they don't seem to be either too surprised or too worried. And it occurs to you that since the 2050s, Bangkok's had about 4 different coups. So these girls are 30 years old. They probably lived through 4 or 5 different insurgencies and government overthrowals.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, half of the course, right?
Yeah.
So just a quick stock take. 2 beds are taken, and
I think all 3 are taken now.
all 3 are taken now. Okay, cool. And who's it? Me and Ricochet outside still don't really go anywhere.
Either on the veranda or inside, underneath the sun lamps, watching the
I think-
treads, whatever you want to do.
I like the veranda. Get some
Yeah.
fresh air.
Yeah,
Probably
it's a hot.
never
a
smelled
hot-
air this clean.
Maybe not, but it is quite clean. That's a good point. Like, even though it's a city and there are fumes rising up, it's still relatively clean by comparison. It's a warm night. They usually are warm nights here, about 28, 30 degrees Celsius, which is pretty fucking hot. Probably maybe 88 or something in Fahrenheit. So it's pretty warm, but it's going to be a lot warmer during the day. So you got the fans going, the air conditioning. But even out here, you probably start sweating just sitting on the veranda, smoking your joints and drinking your champagne.
How many bottles of champagne did they send up?
Only 2 tight asses.
Motherfuckers. In here, they promised me a good time. So 2's good. That's probably what 8 to 10 glasses.
Yeah.
Between you having champagne, Omen?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll
course.
be two glasses each.
Girls only have 1 glass each. They're conservative drinkers, and they'd rather you get drunk so they don't have to have sex with you.
Oh, that's right. I wasn't planning on that anyway.
Juicy girls, right?
That's
Basically.
them.
Yep.
Everyone loves the juicies.
It feels so innocent. I don't know what that means.
I just said that's right because I thought I'd agree.
You'll
with it.
figure it out when you're older.
Probably not, honestly.
Make will come out and join the people on the veranda after getting settled in.
And quickly steals your bed.
I offer you a glass of champagne.
Thanks.
So,
What is it?
what's our next move, you think?
Well, I think we need to get our bearings. Are we determined whether are we going to stay here? Yeah, this place is a known quantity.
I don't know. I think we should probably stay here for a bit, though. Make nice with Johnson.
Oh, definitely, and it'd be a good chance for you to do some Matrix recon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we need to wait for the train. Really, that's going to be another week.
And we've got Fenway in the hospital, too. It's going to be a few days before he can even get out.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we can get some stuff done while he's in hospital. Do some legwork.
There's a private gym here if you want to use the gym. Not in your room, obviously, but the hotel has a private gym.
Is it on the floor? Is the Piness have its own on the floor, or is it on a separate floor?
It's on the 5th floor. You're on the 7th floor, which is the highest. 5th floor is the gym and the pool.
I will definitely spend some time there then.
There are buttons to heat the pool if you want. It takes a while for it to get heated, but you can turn the whole damn pool into a jacuzzi with the press of a button if you want.
Well, I'm more interested in the gym because we got jacuzzis in our penthouse.
What jacuzzis? I'm not going to have sex here. No way. I've got my own room for that. Yeah, no worries. And so,
the gym. I probably won't use the gym now. It'll be another day. But yeah.
No problem. It's a relatively inadequate gym, particularly for someone as strong as you. You know, it's made to for 50-year-old fat guys to pretend that they're getting fit. But there's a rowing machine and some weights and treadmill. It's inadequate, but it'll do.
Probably don't want to use the treadmill because I'll probably break it. But if nothing else, they'll at least hopefully have some decent mats down so I can just do like non-equipment based exercise.
In fact, that's what they have more than what Seattle would. Because of the Buddhist culture, there are a lot of meditation mats and yoga mats and Eastern exercise stuff.
Yeah, sweet. So I mean, I'll probably look over the equipment, determine that it's inadequate, and then just resort to crunches, push-ups, curls, maybe chin-ups if they've got something that I could do that on.
The auto monitor tells you that you are in peak fitness. Go get 'em, Tiger. Rawr.
I turned that shit off.
Little AR Tiger feed saps out of existence.
Yeah.
I'm visiting bloody Tigger now, bouncing around.
Yeah, well, after I finish speaking about a pot, I'd probably pull out some Nova Coke as
Oh,
well.
God.
The girls like you now.
Shoot some of that. Offer it to some of the girls. It was free, so I don't care.
There's a needle dispensary here, so as long as you brought your own needles, it'll recycle them for you. Do we have
yeah.
hypodermic needles? I suppose so. We've got medical kits, so surely we'd have hypodermic needles.
Something.
You
yeah.
guys gonna raid my fucking med kits for drug needles? I swear to God.
To share drugs with aging prostitutes.
I think Nova Coke injection.
Godfather was like maintaining
I
his
thought it was
kit
the
in his room, and
I thought
Ovid
it was
bursts
a-
in. He's like, Godfather, I need drug needles.
I need it. I thought it was sniffing. But
Yeah, I think Nova
You
Coke
can,
can
yeah.
just inhale it. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I think mostly you do just snort it. But no, I thought that you said something about injecting, and you can inject it.
You can
Like,
you
Oh,
can,
okay.
you can inject it.
like you're gonna really want to get high. It'll work. But
I'm gonna inject 5 whole marijuanas.
that's all right. That's all right. You'll
Jeez.
make. That's all right.
You're gonna get autism doing that.
Great say.
I injected 2 Nova Cokes.
I'm gonna
just-
stand up and say I'm gonna go to the jacuzzi. I'm gonna hit the jacuzzi.
Brilliant. They wait to see if you want company, but they don't offer. They just wait to see.
Yeah.
You're going in there alone, right?
Fuck yeah, I'm just gonna relax.
No worries. You're able to fart in freedom, and like you don't even know which of the bubbles was yours.
I feel like that's a racial stereotype.
Yeah. Orcs,
do
man. I'm anti-orc. What can I say?
Do they have any kind of like bath salts or anything like
Oh,
that?
absolutely. I got
Oh,
all the
yeah.
bath salts.
Yeah, mate. I just want to confirm, because of the party that I'm in and their tendencies, I am confirming I am using the bath salts for the bath.
Indeed. You do not eat any of the Tide Pods.
I also probably going to hide the rest of them before these fuckers find them.
Because they will eat the Tide Pods.
I'm glad you clarified that Tim. I seriously thought that you were going to just smoke the bath salts. I really did.
Please,
After,
What
after
else
the
should they be
orcs,
for? Oh, that. Oh.
This is
after
Brian,
the
by
orc
way.
uses the pool, management comes in and drains it.
This is Brian, by the
Psychopathic
way, everyone, the guy I was talking about.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Psychopathic orc goes crazy in downtown Siem Reap, 17 dead. Found consuming flesh of face.
Oh god.
Good to have you along, Brian.
K10, it's a hell of a drug. I mean, that's basically what K10 is bath salts when you think about it.
Pretty much, yeah.
What's the crazy shit that I took? The blood of Kali?
Yeah,
that's K10.
You didn't take it; it was forcefully injected into you.
It was, yeah. I was basically dead. I was a body that was just about to die.
Brian played the first version of this campaign, and the last game, his character nearly died. One of the other characters hit K10, thinking it would somehow save his life.
I've heard this story before, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it kind of did, but he failed the roll and permanently berserked. And then
And I was the driver.
he was.
And
the
so I
driver.
just was like, wow, let's go! And just like,
Yeah.
full
See, that's why you got to do meth. It's way safer.
It's way better.
That's the German way.
Like I said, it wasn't voluntary. The other party just like, I hit him with K10.
Damn.
Basically, when Matt told me that, I was like, well, so my character's dead, but I get a chance of taking Carl with me. So.
But he's like, he's dying. It's a drug. It'll do something.
Because the drug would assuredly kill me anyway. I was a dead man walking.
One of my favourite parts about that campaign was where the six-armed troll, who was invincible, was finally taken down by like a tank, I think. And so we rolled him over and used him as a bunker.
Was that also the campaign with the goat? The
Yes,
death goat?
yes,
Yeah,
it is the goat.
And then whenever what's his name? Oh fuck, what's his name? Sam.
Sam?
Sam offered up Steven's body and life to an avatar of death in the killing fields.
It's a really hard story to explain, but it's because it's quite bizarre. But yeah, basically, one of the players sacrificed one of the other player characters for no reason. It's just like the spirit is like, I must kill. And he's like, cool, kill him. Okay. That's what he did.
Give me a name. I require a name. And he just goes, he's like, Steven. And we're like, oh, no, Lucky. Yeah, that's what his character's name was too. His name was Lucky. And this is how he goes out.
He was already unconscious. He was already unconscious from the encounter, yeah. And he's like,
Yeah, he was like, yeah.
Yeah, have him.
4/7 death spirit that kills him straight up. Yeah.
You fucker.
Good times.
That was amazing. I'll let
So
you guys get back to it.
You watch an old version of King Kong made in the 2030s during the night. King Kong goes cyber or something like that. Yeah. King Kong versus Bangkok. I'm not sure. Anyway, and it's a vaguely entertaining movie. Who's staying up all night? Who's or not? Like, do we just pass the time? I don't mind what we do.
Pretty much. I'll probably have a good hour in the jacuzzi, just soaking my muscles.
Yeah.
And then I'll probably come back out and
They offer you a massage. That's one thing that they are good at.
fuck yeah, I'll take a massage.
Absolutely professional. Like, you would have paid 200 million for a massage this good in Seattle, and tonight it's free.
I failed my
I probably fall asleep.
Brilliant. She considers that job well done.
When you wake up, your cred stick's missing.
That's all good. That one was worth negative 100,000.
They're too old to steal. Like, they've been around too long.
They rely on repeat business.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. They know there's no use stealing a loaf of bread when it's got no butter. So, Omen, you were saying
Scared, Mako.
I rolled the wrong dice pool. I was
39
just rolling
successes.
for.
Congratulations, you have taken over the country.
Yeah, no, I was rolling for my insomnia
now
to
own
see
the
if
Matrix.
Mako gets any rest that night. But
39 days later.
right, four hits will make the test, so Meg will probably go to bed at a normal time.
Man,
and sleep
brilliant
soundly.
brilliant bed. Hey, feather bed, vibrating feather bed. It's magnificent. Climate controlled. It's the one thing that they got right in this hotel room is the bed.
Something's gonna happen to the bed.
There's a bomb in it.
I wonder. If I can hack. I wonder if I can hack the vibrating function on the
You
bed.
can. You can.
Oh god, why are you doing that?
It's a
Just out
mimic.
of curiosity.
Shadowrun. It's nanoware.
Nano
It's
comes
nano-
out. Nano comes out. I'm sorry, Mako comes out riding the bed. He takes it around the kitchen and back into the lounge room and back into the bedroom.
Treat it as a drone.
All right. Omen, you were thinking of doing something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I failed my composure test for my guide spirit, which is the seducer. So I'm gonna be partying pretty damn hard, drug, sex,
Four girls
alcohol,
here, man. Like
fucking.
no one else is using them. You might as well have one in each hand and then still have two spare.
Honestly, I'm helping them live. I'm being considerate. They need money, so I'm gonna give
That's
it.
right. You keep telling
Yeah.
yourself that you're the fucking hero in this story. Like you've pulled
Exactly.
these poor girls. You've pulled them out of poverty, mate. You've saved
You're a
their
philanthropist.
virtue. That's for philanthropist. That's what I'm looking for. Congratulations. You get a lucky start. You're a real man now.
Yeah. So yeah, I pretty much write myself off almost the whole
Brilliant.
from the night.
Yeah, no, I mean, you certainly have an extremely good time. The girls are having a good time for their own. You guys are treating them with respect. You're drugging them up. It's a nice environment. And quite frankly, they're hoping that you'll settle in for the girlfriend treatment.
No.
Repeat business, as we mentioned before. All right. You probably all wake up pretty late. The sun has well and truly risen. Some of you wake up earlier than the others, and you wake up to the smell of burning rice because these girls cannot cook.
I'll probably be one of the first ones up. Probably because I fell asleep early.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Godfather has a sleep regulator actually, so technically he sleeps like 3 hours.
All right, no worries.
So he's been up
Yeah.
trying to drown out the noise of
Like, we're still fucking when you woke back up.
He just went to like the abandoned jacuzzi and like turned his select sound filter like to just tune it out.
Fuck, what happened to all the bath salts? It's gone.
Yeah, he's like, where's the fucking bath salt? He calls room service and orders 4 bath salts sent to him.
Or
Pretty
bath
soon
salts and a pipe.
They just walk in. I
That's
just
it.
point them towards the jacuzzi.
Pretty soon the whole apartment smells like lavender and sandalwood.
Fucking A.
The city is alive again. Yeah. Vendors
Who
are
didn't
down there.
stock bath salt?
Well, you can add them to your cooking list right now.
Sorry about that.
The Hello Kitty one it smells the nicest.
Hello Kitty bath salts.
You got it.
I'm putting that in my chummer.
You're gonna drug someone with Hello Kitty bath salt.
I swear to God, at some point in this campaign, I'm gonna make use of 2 Hello Kitty bath salts.
Definitely.
What were they cooking for breakfast other than rice? Anything other than rice?
Like, right? Other than rice, what do you mean? Yeah, they were cooking
There's food other than rice?
Eggs, did you say?
That's right. They've got bacon in the fridge and they haven't even cooked the bacon, just the egg and the rice. Come on, girls, get it together.
What skill do you use to cook? Is there a cooking skill? I feel
It'd
like
be a knowledge skill.
Oh, okay.
I think there's also like artisan.
When you've got intuition and logic of 2 and you're untrained, you're not very good at cooking rice.
God damn it. God, well, fuck it. Let's just order room service.
Yeah.
You
Why,
wake up and
why are the whores cooking for us?
this is ridiculous.
Okay.
One of them is watching Thai news, and so she's, coming up to date with the coup. Things are pretty much as you left them. It's only been a day, right? But things are pretty much as you left them. There's still all matrix traffic is blocked. The government's just got this loop going. Please remain calm, remain in your houses. Blah blah blah. All ammunition sales are suspended, and so on and so forth. So the girls are pretty concerned. They're talking with each other. They're obviously worried for their families back home. And yeah, you order room service. You can have everything from rare pork chops to salmon to morning glory and everything in between.
I think I'm going to start with the bacon and eggs.
Magnificent. It's quality. They cook the eggs the way you want them. The bacon is
I'll
the way
probably
you
cook it
want it.
myself.
Oh, okay. You're just getting it raw. Yeah, no worries. That's unusual, but
No,
they'll
I'll
deliver
cook
to
it,
you.
I'll cook it myself.
Yeah. So they deliver to you the raw ingredients.
Sorry. Yeah.
Which is unusual, but room service doesn't normally give the customers raw ingredients, but a drone is probably sent down to 7-Eleven, and rather than coming through the hotel lobby, the drone just lands on your balcony and delivers your groceries.
All right, sweet as.
Real food, yeah, real food. Ironically, the further away you get from the cities, the more poor the world is, the more real the food is. That's just one of the ironies of Shadowrun. Real eggs.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna savor this.
Mm.
How often
Real
do I-
pig.
How often do I get to cook real eggs, man?
Yeah, and real pork, real bacon. Like even the maple syrup was probably made out of maple leaves rather than reconstituted biofuel.
Maple
Amazing.
flavored syrup, like what you get at
Exactly.
Macca's.
That's right. Made from corn that wasn't good enough to eat and was destined for someone's engine.
Probably do burn it a little bit, but whatever. Who cares? Salt and pepper will fix that. Oh shit, too much salt. Anyway, I'll eat it.
All right. So you've eaten your fill. It must be a high time that we introduced our new character.
Yeah, sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
One of the whores is like, so I hear you have a job.
Oh god, no! I don't want to have to sleep with Andre. I mean, Chesty.
you did Andre doggy style.
It was two Andres inside of a horse suit. He sewed it himself
Yeah,
out of
yeah.
their skin.
Yeah.
This is my clone. All right. So tell us about your new character. What nationality you are, what country you come from, and why the hell you're in a place like this.
He's Asian.
Asia's a pretty big place. Can you narrow it down a little?
He'd be Chinese.
Yeah, perfect.
Think young Bolo. Bolo was like 6 feet tall.
Okay.
He's in Cambodia because when he walked away from the people he was working for, this is where he was trained to be. So he's kind of stayed here.
Where have you come from? How did you learn your skills? Where did you pick up the trade?
He was a experiment with Wuxing, specifically to take over this region.
Perfect.
And he actually had quite a bit of work done before he manifested his talent.
Yep.
And when he did that, he got a little hair up his ass and disappeared into the jungle after killing several people.
Okay.
And then he fell in wrong with the Khmer Rouge.
Oh, really?
And he is a personal vendetta against them.
Understandable.
So when this job came up, he pulled some strings. Might have hurt some people. Might have blown some shit up to make sure he got it.
Excellent. It's interesting that you were snapped up by the government because you would have been snapped up by someone else inevitably. There are a few different factions here in Siem Reap, and the government and the Khmer Rouge are merely the largest. Do you have any criminal contacts as part of your character build?
No, I wasn't sure how you'd want to do that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have many contacts anyway.
Yeah.
And I was kind of playing him as he was, like, he left Wuxing, was traveling through the jungles of Cambodia, got into it real bad with Khmer Rouge. You know the guy from Inglourious Bastards that they find in the prison cell? And they're like, we're a real fan of your work.
Remember.
Oh. Anybody? Anyway. He's like that
Yeah, I
with
remember
fucking
that
comedy.
guy. Yeah. He's like a Nazi that killed a bunch of Nazis, and then the Nazi hunters find him, and they're like, oh, hey, let's join forces.
Right. Yep.
He's essentially
cool.
that guy.
Yep, that works. That works well. All right. The three biggest corporations that were here in the city before they pissed off were Ares, who are offering security. Knight Errant were here. They were also doing a lot of heavy vehicle sales, tractors and automobiles, weapons, that sort of stuff, drones. Anyway, Mitsuhama were competing with them a lot as well, a Japanese corporation, selling many of the same things, maybe more of a technology bent and less of a heavy industry bent. But essentially, they were competing with each other. And Wuxing, who a Chinese mega, the newest of the mega corporations, and the proximity to China is, or what used to be China, since China no longer exists in the Sixth World. Wuxing were a pretty prominent building corporation here, selling things like magical trinkets and reagents and everything else as well. They were pretty heavily involved in fast food and restaurant chains and supermarkets. But ultimately, all the 10 used to be could be found here. Stuffer shacks, which are owned by As Technology, you just ordered your groceries from them. They're still here. So remnants of the Big Ten can still be found, but 90% of their operations have packed up. In general, it's, dare I say, the essential services are still operating. But big business items like car yards and ammunition factories and computer outlets, all of these things have shut up shop. Their staff have all gone home, and they don't look like they're opening again anytime soon. It's morning now. It's morning now, and the city is in the palm of your hand. You've rested. You're well fed. Do you just want to wait a week, or as long as it takes before Fenway turns up?
I'm no longer interested really in the girls. If they're still here, I don't care either way. But I'm not going to be like actively interested in them. But I'm going to start going through my gear.
They try to get a tip out of you for last night's massage.
Yeah, I'll give a 100 million.
Yeah, that's cool. She's happy with that. The other ones are jealous. They go up to Omen and they tell you how hungry they are and how their buffalo is sick and needs to go to hospital and that you're such a kind and handsome man and very generous.
I'm hungover as shit, and I really couldn't be arguing at this point. And I saw what Ricochet gave, and I'll give them 100 each. The last three, isn't it?
Brilliant. Yeah, that's right. Sounds good. So give 3 of them each. And one of the ones that you give 100 to, do you have any jewelry or a watch or no, a comlink? She says, "Can I have this?" and takes your comlink for my birthday.
I'll grab it back, or grab her hand if I have to, and take it back. I'm sorry, dear, but that holds quite valuable information. I'm not going to give that to you.
Can you buy me one? I don't have one. It's my birthday.
Quite the unfortunate, but I really know it's not your birthday.
I need comlink. And then you can call me.
Data bomb.
I can send you my pictures.
I think it's time to leave, and I'll make sure I have everything before she leaves.
She says something in Thai that you completely understand because you speak Thai, and it's something like "stupid fat pig." It smells like turpentine and paint.
As I get them out the door and make sure I've got everything, I'll say in Thai. I don't know how to do it in an English accent, so I'm just gonna kind of dirty old slag, money grabber, get out of here.
Look at
And I'll
each
slam the
other
door.
and get the elevator. They give you the finger through the door. That you can see it on your security camera. And yeah, they get in the elevator and they've each made 100 million. It's not a bad night's work.
Actually, let me just quickly make a save. Is it 13? I'm pretty sure it's 13. Yeah.
Harder to not break her finger, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I pass. I was gonna send
Yeah.
them my spirit after them, but no, that's fine.
It's like massacre them in the elevator. Just
Oh, was he gonna massacre them?
blood everywhere.
Get Mako to hack the elevator.
Play
That
around with
couldn't
them.
have possibly been the Shadowrunners on the 5th floor that they just left. Sorry.
Yeah.
That seems
Okay. Yeah.
logical.
Okay.
All right.
The elevator
Yeah.
disengaged.
Look, dead hookers don't count.
Yeah. It's
They
like
do when you
ghouls.
import them. They're not locals. They're not disposable. They're an asset.
I'll complain loudly as I walk back to the group about them.
Meanwhile, like the whole room just smells like sex, and he's like, "Oh, fuck those girls. I hate them." Oh my god.
So
Open up the
ungrateful.
windows. break some windows. Not break them, but crack them open.
Yeah, no worries.
Air
No
out the
worries.
place.
A couple of flies come in.
It's alright, I think your sex smell's probably been overpowered by my burnt bacon.
Good point.
I'd rather burnt bacon than sex smell. It's only good when you're doing it.
At that point, you get a comlink message, or Godfather does if no one else. Probably Omen as well. I have found another operative for you, says Mr. White, known to you as the Interior Minister. Can I send him up now?
Affirmative.
Copy.
Good. He is a little bit uncultured. You may have to keep him on a leash.
He'll fit right in.
You hear him visibly sigh as he hangs up on you. And so, how do you introduce yourself? 33316. Do you knock on the door, or do you kick down the door? Do you toss a grenade through the door?
Don't tell me, Arctic. You know better than that. I have grenade.
I'm the new guy. He steps through the smoke and the shrapnel.
Would I have a key card from downstairs?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Then he will open the door.
Heavily armed man has come to kill you. He has access to your room.
What meta type?
Inside job. Possibly an interior job.
Are you human?
Yes.
All right.
Like I say, he looks like a young bolo. But yeah, human. 6 feet. Very heavy. Armored coat and a duffel bag.
Welcome aboard.
I put
What
my
do you
hand
go
out.
by?
He'll point at his chest and be like, Trey.
Trey?
He'll nod, Trey.
I put my hand out to shake it.
He will take your hand.
Oh, look, they're friends.
Me, Tarzan.
And he'll say,
You-
come here. Mr. Whiteson.
Further sigh and pull his translation softs up. Find the one for Khmer and load it up. Be like, you speak English?
You'll probably get a big smile there. And he'll point at his chest and be like, Trey.
He technically says that in Khmer, like, Godfather, like, his lips don't move, and a speaker on his shoulder basically says in, like, a
They'll probably put his-
synthesized voice.
He'll put his fingers and his thumb out like a centimeter, like.
Right.
Maybe he speaks Thai or I don't know.
He does speak that.
Maybe he doesn't speak at all.
I'll get him a trode. Give me a minute. Godfather like goes off to his room and starts rummaging through his shit.
You probably see that he has very obvious cyber eyes and data chip.
Alright.
That'd be obvious, right?
Yeah, cyber eyes are pretty obvious unless they're like alphaware or something. A data jack depends on if your hair covers it.
Yeah, it's like a high intent.
Yeah, it'd be pretty obvious. So yeah,
Yeah, it depends on whether you want it displayed or not. I mean, they usually come with a plug that you can put in them to cover them to simulate like skin and shit, but it depends on whether you bother with putting that kind of shit in or not.
No.
yeah. So you'll get a, I guess, a request on your pan to essentially interface with Godfather's comm link to translate.
Yeah, whatever that means, I'll probably go along.
Okay, yeah. So you can think it'll translate it into English.
Sure.
It translates his name as Tray and shows you an icon of a table tray, dinner tray, something like that.
This is a very good translation software, just for the record. It's rating 6.
That's exactly why it gives you the little AR image as well as just the word, so that you know exactly what a tray is.
Shut the door. It's probably more of like a 3 tray. Anyway. Wonderful.
Brilliant. So he immerses himself within the culture, and if you want, there's ample weed there, probably the remnants of a little bit of flat champagne, plenty of fresh food.
Probably a forgotten whore too, under like a couch or something.
No, there's no champagne left.
No champagne left. So yeah, if you want, you can kind of hang out and watch some mistranslated Japanese movies, Godzilla 2030, stuff like that, and or we can skip ahead to the point where our friend.
When he introduces himself, I'll introduce myself as well, Ricochet.
Yeah.
So he's Khmer, he says.
He speaks
Khmer. All right.
He looks ethnic Chinese.
Like, yeah, we're in Cambodia.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, cool. So I'll ask him if he wants some breakfast.
And he will probably eat quite heartily.
Beautiful. All right. While we eat, we can get to know each other. So like how long you been running the shadows, doing this kind of work?
Yeah, probably kind of vague about that. Yeah, he's been doing it his whole life.
Yeah,
That's how he was raised.
Cool. Yeah, nice. So we know you know what you're doing. Sweet. Yeah. Well, what have you been told about the job?
Killing Kami.
That's it. Or is that
He's
just
not
your
wrong.
takeaway? He'll be like, I don't like mirror.
Gets the word out.
Oh, good. Yeah, right, sweet. So what do you bring to the table? Other than anything other than the obvious?
He will show you several highly modified weapons, and in English say boom boom.
Boom, boom. What kind of weapon class are we looking at here? Assault rifles.
Not anything bigger than a gun.
Anything bigger than a what? Sorry.
A machine gun.
Machine gun. Oh wow. Yeah, cool.
No, like everything below that.
Everything below that. Yeah, yeah.
Now that I'm thinking about it, that probably would have been kind of obvious. Carrying like a Neo probably knows the Ares fucking
Ares Alpha.
mono sword.
Oh,
The
nice.
sword.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the Ares mono sword.
Yeah, you can't
Like
certainly can't hide that. You can put guns in duffel bags, but your sword would probably be at your side.
The vibro blade. Yeah.
It has a
No,
sheath.
it's
Right?
Yeah,
mono.
yeah, it's called the Ares 1 mono sword.
Yeah,
Right.
like that big, like that's it.
Yeah.
Like
It's for people who want to use a sword but don't want to use a katana like a weeaboo.
Yeah, right. Like, is it like a massive claymore or just more like a long?
So it's like a long sword. And what it is it's basically like just a bar, but it's got a mono wire mounted along the edge of the bar.
Oh, right. So it's kind of like a, what do you play a violin with? You call it a bow, right? So it's kind of like a violin bow.
No, I think it's just like a.
It's more like embedded in the edge of the rod or the flat bar, but yeah, it's basically like a monofilament whip without the flexibility or length. Not quite as long. Yeah. So it's a monomolecular cutting edge. Yeah. So
but yeah, not subtle.
No.
This guy is very obviously armed.
And then any like preference with the weapons though, like assault, mainly automatics, mainly like shotguns, single shot things, pistols.
Oh shit!
Just
you know what?
Just a whole mix of everything.
I do not have a shotgun. I apologize. I have an assault rifle, heavy pistol, which is
Predator,
and a machine.
And the machine pistol. So no, yeah, right, sweet.
But yeah, it's all high capacity, a lot of lead down, sort of.
Way to fire.
Yeah, one of them is silence, but none of them are subtle.
Right. And plenty of explosives too?
They'd probably hear what they'd probably know to be large amounts of grenade when he sets down his duffel bag.
Nice. Any obvious mods? I remember you said they were heavily modified. Anything obvious, or is it all like internal shit?
I don't know. Probably that shit. I said, they have all the fucking personalized grip and fucking venting. I don't know how, like I personally don't know how much of that you fucking.
Okay, so personalized grip, we probably wouldn't like pick up exactly on it, but you'd see that the grip's being modified.
Yeah,
gas vents are obvious as hell. You cannot hide those.
Okay, so yeah, that would be
because it's basically there'll be big ass vents in your barrel and shit at angles to.
Pretty clearly a modified, personalized weapon like that.
Yeah,
that much is obvious.
Like if you got like an internal smart gun, obviously that'd be hidden. Yeah, sweet as. Cool. I like it.
I think you can see internal smart guns on the palm of your hand, though. Anyway, like, don't you? Like, there's a little cybernetic patch.
No, it's all wireless. It's all wireless these days.
Right.
Old school, there would have been like a palm component to it, but even then, I think it was internal. Like it was induction, worked by induction.
But yeah, things like that, like extended clip, and silencer on the one assault rifle, and venting. Everything that could have venting, I put. And
to reduce recoil, right?
Yeah. Basically, they're all for the automatic lead down range, and then I to minimize
The
fully
recoil.
automatic recoil.
Nice.
Attempt to live. And yeah, he'd have his chameleon on his armor jacket over that.
Any obvious mods to your armor jacket, or just seems pretty stock standard?
Just
seems stock
a
standard. Yeah,
regular.
sweet. Yeah, sweet.
Like, you have a feeling that there might be a businessman missing
Oh, really?
on his way into the that. It's like that. It's like, yeah, I mean, there might be Nova Coke, some hooker with collar from when he smashed shit out of a guy and took it.
Yeah, nah, all good.
And he would eat with gusto, as if he hasn't done this in a while.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. Is there anything that he can tell us about the local situation?
Probably not, because you've just come out of the jungle, basically, haven't you? You're more or less a wild man of Borneo at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, he basically just like fought his way across whatever the territory the community occupied in like a straight line. Came here to get more fucking weapons, armor, hooked up with this job, and then came here.
Right. So there's not much he can tell you other than, the lay of the land, and that is to say, look, he would know something that you may not know, or that you may not have at least considered. And that is the multiple factions aspect of this place. It's not just Khmer Rouge versus the government. It's not even just Khmer Rouge versus the government with the Triple A's involved. Although it is something like that. There are criminal organizations here, namely the Triads and the Yakuza, ethnically Chinese, ethnically Japanese, more or less. They tend to be pretty strict about their ethnicity, these two criminal organizations. But more notably, there is Angkor itself. And Angkor can be seen as an independent faction in its own right. It's not held by the government, but it's Rouge either.
Who does control it? Is that known?
He doesn't know.
Yeah, we got some info on that in the comlink messages.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Yeah.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure if you had made that connection or not, so I thought I'd bring it to the forefront now. But if you already realised that, it's no big revelation.
I absolutely picked up on that. Yeah, it was a good
Sealed
little.
off, and none of the patrols are answering. I think was the gist of it.
I think I even had a little card for it too.
Yeah.
Okay, something else I want to bring up too. I guess, Godfather, did you research train routes, train schedules? I mean, coming into.
We did.
Area.
Yeah.
Do you have a copy of the trains that have left?
Yeah, I should. I also, because my vehicle is with our cargo, I can technically just turn it on and check the sensors to see where it is.
Yeah. It's left Bangkok. It's still in Thailand, but it's crossing through dark territory.
Do you have satellite uplink to your vehicle?
I do.
So.
You do? Yeah, sweet.
Yeah, I just assume you're fucking everything.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like, because we're in the jungle, if there's not a matrix grid, then
no, you're absolutely right. And occasionally it does disappear. It is dark territory, as I just mentioned. So it's zapping in and out, but you've still got a pretty damn good idea where it is. But it hasn't entered the depths of the jungle yet. And at that point, it probably will disappear off satellite. You'll pick it up for 1 minute out of every 10, maybe.
Mhm.
Mm.
So
Mako.
Mako's going to pull up the Bluong conversation from Red's comlink and kind of, I guess, send that to everyone's AR or devices, however they're operating.
I'll be on AR. It'll come up with my AR for you to
Yeah, I mean it's whatever your device is displaying on, so it's yeah.
You send
So-
what over?
The Bluong conversation, Bluong Khmer.
Commissar Buang.
Oh, yep.
Well,
So if you skip down to the second to last entry of Bluong, you'll see that there's a unit being requested that's going to be sent by train.
Yeah.
What I want to find out is if there are any other potential trains that have come before the one your stuff's on.
Seems unlikely. There has been no trains leaving 10 days before this one, and there won't be any trains leaving for another 10 days after it.
And would this be the same train that I helped load something?
I don't. We're getting a bit of background noise from your chest in.
Shit, sorry.
No worries. It seems quite likely it's the same destination from Bangkok to Siem Reap, so that's the same. But I'm not sure if you took note of the number of the train. You know, flights have numbers, right?
Yeah.
Trains also have numbers.
What about
Okay.
I
the
don't know if
time?
it matters, but that comlink conversation does say that the train is coming north, and our train would have been going pretty much due east. I don't know if that affects what you're looking into or not.
No, it doesn't. But there's some suggestion that it could be coming from that area. And I think the train does technically run north out of Bangkok before it heads east. But yeah, I'm not sure.
What is the? Is there a timestamp on the messages to say what time they were, like what date or time they were sent?
Probably would be. Yeah, they probably would be. They're
Well, I
all
guess
pretty
it does
recent.
go
They're
east.
all-
Huh?
It basically does, yeah. It's less than 10 days. This was a burner phone, and he didn't keep it for very long, so none of the conversations were more than 10 days old when you picked them up.
Okay. Yeah, so it's fairly recent, so it could be maybe, or it could be coming from the south, coming up to the north to. So I guess it's
Yeah, so-
unlikely that this is the train.
Well, it may not be. So I guess the other thing would be to check if there's anything coming from other areas on the railway too. That might be something we might want to look at intercepting. But what I'm thinking is maybe we can get some information on the train itself with Godfather's load there if he has access to it.
I am thinking anything coming north would have probably been coming from Phnom Penh. That doesn't really probably help us a lot.
Yeah.
Might help us when we're looking into things.
Yeah.
Could be coming from Ho Chi Minh. Oh, no, that's Vietnam, isn't it? Never mind. Probably
Well,
not.
it could be though. So yeah, Phnom Penh is probably the likely origination. But it may be worth looking at the train yard too. If it probably isn't coming from Bangkok, huh? I just made that assumption based on it being from Red, but he's got his hands everywhere.
Yeah.
That being said, do we maybe want to put some kind of markers in the train depot system so you can see what's coming in? Maybe set up some kind of alert.
Yeah, if you can, well, if we can get a scan of what cargo's loaded on that train, maybe find a manifest or something. Maybe I can just hack that out actually. But
Possibly, yeah. But also just see what's been coming and going, or get an alert when trains come in from that direction, from Phnom Penh, or
I could probably break into the train control system.
how close do you need to get to do that?
I could probably do it from here.
Yeah,
Should be
cool.
something that you could do remotely. Like a customer would be able to check the details of their ticket remotely. So, following that logic, you should be able to scuff it remotely as well.
Yeah, well, why don't I just? This is probably nothing crazy. The train schedule is probably something that's fairly easy to find. I'm just going to dispatch my agent to find.
Brilliant. Yeah, go ahead. As you say, it shouldn't be too difficult. Your agent flies into the Matrix, or flies around in the Matrix, and starts looking at train schedules in a virtual train station. Thomas the Tank Engine is there.
Nice.
He's owned by As Technology. It's his evil. All right. 4 successes is
Agent's on
pretty good.
fire.
Yeah, it's doing well. Okay, look, so the agent is able to find the details of the train that you're looking for and the upcoming trains, which is great, but it also finds some information that it passes to you, which it doesn't register as important, but you almost certainly will. And that is that in the past, the trains never run on time. They don't leave when they're supposed to. They don't get there when they're supposed to. They change fucking numbers halfway through the journey. It's fucking like it's maddening, absolutely maddening to try to diagnose and digest this train schedule, because it seems to be, and in fact it is, completely arbitrary. Not only do trains get cancelled for legitimate reasons, like the engine's not working or the crew can't make it or the item's not there, but they get cancelled for illegitimate reasons, like I want my train to go first and I'll pay for it to do so. So yeah, you've got some inside knowledge, but it's, like
It's
everything else in this damn continent,
sus, yeah.
it can't be relied upon.
Well, that's something we can work with. How do you guys feel about making friends with the triads and the Yakuza here? Or at least opening up some communication with them?
Alright, as long as we don't get borrow any money, we should be fine.
Yeah,
Trey will grunt, possibly laugh at that.
I'd probably prefer my presence here not to be advertised to them, though.
Don't see why that's a problem.
Because
I only suggest it because we're going to need people who can help get us things.
oh yeah, no, that's fine. I'm totally happy for you to deal with them. I just don't want them. I'd rather not be involved in it. Just the longer it is before they figure out I'm here, the longer before they come looking for money.
True. Anyone else have anything that they think we should work on? Or I mean, in general, I'm happy to kind of just scope things out a bit until Fenway wakes up at least. Get a feel for the local scene before making any moves to approach anyone until he's on his feet.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
That's good.
Getting in with the locals is always usually a first step in making sure you have some form of connection and lay of the land.
I think he's just gone AFK. Otherwise, I'd bring him in.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess in the meantime, let's find out what the what we can about what the Triad and the Yakuza are doing here locally. Or at least where they operate out of, what sort of rackets they're into, that kind of thing.
I
Yeah,
think you should have asked the girls last night.
You can call them back for 100 million.
No.
Yeah.
Are they going to come back after the?
if they're
for
pimps.
100 million. Like if you've got the money, they've got the time. People don't always like their job.
I had to go AFK there for like setting my thing.
We've joined the Khmer Rouge.
Fantastic.
So
Yes, to the American.
you're gonna have to rip out your saberware and become a farmer.
That's right. Oh no, as long as your leadership, you could probably like hit.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. That's the way it seems.
This doesn't.
All right. So yeah, Fenway, you're not back yet, are you? No. Okay, cool. So if you want, you can call your friends back to explain things further, or you can just go for a walk in the street. You might want to get out of the place and get away from each other. It's up to you.
I have some pretty. I'm not sure if this would help in here, but I have some pretty good knowledge skills of where is it? Underground, um, underworld, black markets, and like all that kind of thing. Would I be able
Yeah.
to like maybe do some street like go out on the streets, kind of do some searching and sort of kind of figure out sort of where the underground or the underworld would be?
Absolutely. So pick that skill, presumably a knowledge skill. Roll the
Yep.
appropriate attribute, either intuition, logic, usually, and the ranks that you have in it, and we'll see how many successes you get. It's only a
Okay.
small town, so it's not going to take.
I think
I'm
Mako
sorry,
will tag along with.
Yeah, cool.
The Khmer Rouge control quite a few assets in Siem Reap, don't they?
How do you know that?
I'm pretty sure we picked some of that up from Red's comlink.
Right, the Siem Reap assets.
Red Team Airport, Market, South City, Road to Angkor, Pyramid, Khmer Repairs, Crocodile Farm, Tonal Sap, whatever that is.
Tonal Sap is the very large lake. It's like almost like an inner sea, almost. It's big.
Oh, okay, yeah, I saw that on the map.
Yeah.
Yep. Which I think is to the southeast a little bit.
Pretty fun.
Elephant Reserves and the Sampao Tunnels. What are the Sampao Tunnels? Is that
You
known?
can make some sort of check, whether it's local knowledge or a language check or something. It's something that
I make an ask Mako check.
an ask Mako check. Yeah. A matrix search would probably do it, but language skills or yeah, there are multiple ways to skin a cat.
Actually, I ask the new fella, Trey.
He doesn't. You only speak some Khmer, don't you, Trey?
I have 6 dice to it. I got 3 skill points.
Okay, that'll be enough. Sampao is the place. It's if you've got a map of Cambodia handy, looking between Bangkok and Siem Reap, there is a place called Battambang to the kind of west of Tonle Sap and to the southwest of Siem Reap. It's a pretty big city. It's actually a lot bigger than Siem Reap itself. Sampao is near Battambang, so it's a fair distance from Siem Reap, but it's still somewhere in backwater rural Cambodia.
Krong Battambang. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, Krong probably means city. I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's in front of pretty much everything.
Yeah.
All right. And so Sampao is a place near there.
Yeah, Sampao is actually a hill, but it's Mako has done a matrix search and he's found the significance of this particular hill.
Yeah.
At least in history, but
yeah,
current events, who knows? But that's probably what it's referring.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. So I would like to, while we're out and about, maybe check out, just do some recon on some of these assets. see what kind of defenses they got.
Oh, like
They take them
okay.
out.
You know, like
Cool.
we know the airport's fairly.
There's only one airport, so that takes care of that. The
Yeah,
market,
and we know that's defended because we've already been there.
that's right. The market, that's a little bit more difficult to translate. There is only one bazaar, and it's fucking huge, so it might be that. But there are lots and lots of little markets all
And
over.
they have a lot of references to their farm and their selling of something online, so their market might not even be a literal market as well.
Might not. That's right. It could be an economic market. Yep.
So yeah, but I just want to kind of. I've got knowledge, skill in military. I just wouldn't mind going around and assessing. It's probably not a lot we can do, given that they're a primarily terrorist organization. But I just want to see if there's any obvious military kind of stuff that I can see. What kind of they got guys wandering around with guns, or if they got what kind of forces we can see, if anything.
Excellent, brilliant.
Especially
Well, Fenway.
assets,
Yep. No worries. Fenway's back now. So, Fenway, you've been discharged. While you were in hospital, though, you got a visit from a corporate representative representing Dockwagon. He is here to offer you his services in the future. Obviously, can't help this time. But if you had been a Dockwagon customer, then we could have. You'd be getting out of here sooner with less pain. That's what he's trying to tell you. Would you like to sign up to Dockwagon now, sir?
How much is it?
We have different levels of coverage, sir. I think they're 10,000, 20,000, maybe 5, 10, and 50, something like that. There are different levels of cover. He recommends platinum for people in your condition. Bullets are all too common in certain lines of work, sir.
For the record, the payments
5,000.
are
5,000, 25, 50,000, and 100,000 for basic gold, platinum.
100,000.
Yeah, for a year.
That's for super platinum.
Yeah, for a year, and you can pay monthly.
They'll die for you at 100,000.
Literally, yes, they will.
Yeah, that covers like the bodies of the extraction team if they die, like getting you out of some place. Like
super platinum
covers
subscribers
everything.
are entitled to 5 free resuscitations a year and do not have to pay for HTR services or death compensation.
Yeah.
HTR, high threat response services. So these guys, just add a game for you, Fenway. These are guys. They're an ambulance service who have paramilitary ambulance drivers and crews, and basically. You wear a biomonitor. If it sends an alert that you're in trouble, they don't care where the fuck you are. They fly in a medivac and start
They send
shooting.
in the terrorists.
They shoot their way in, save your life, and shoot you back out.
They send in a fucking like SWAT team in an ambulance to extract you. Like,
and they do their job well.
It's great.
Because
They'll blow
we
up
have
tunnels to get to.
30,000
They also cover
credits, don't we?
post-op care. They also cover
month?
post-operative care. Yeah, man, like they're the bomb. They're considered probably one of the few must-haves for every Shadowrunner.
Unfortunately, all contracts must be paid up front because what's the point? Otherwise, people will cancel them, right?
Well, also if you die, they don't get paid.
All right.
Oh.
So
I'll let him know that I'm getting. Is it 30,000 a month? Like.
The most expensive one is 100,000.
No, I'm saying my character's earning like 30,000 a month.
are we getting paid again?
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'll inform the guy that that's how much I'm earning. Like, which one would you recommend if that's my budget?
Well, perhaps you'd like that. Was there a 10,000 package?
No, 5, 25, 50, and 100,000, but that's per year. So if you break that down to months, even the super platinum is less than 10,000 a month.
Less than 10,000 a month, sir. This is what I'd recommend, but you don't have the 100,000, so perhaps you would like the 25,000 now, and you can upgrade your cover when more funds become available.
Seems reasonable. Right,
sir.
I have 7,000 on, 8,000 on me right now, but I should have a paycheck soon. Like, can I have your number?
Perhaps we can sign you up to the lowest level of cover, sir. Emergency cover. 5,000 a year.
Well, should I just take your number, and when I get paid, then I can
Oh,
take them?
sir, you could have an accident leaving hospital, and this would cover you.
But is it not a
Could have
better
an
idea?
accident leaving hospital.
Is he like rubbing his four fingers together with an Italian
Can I do it?
accent?
Is it judge intentions then?
Yeah, you can make a judge intention, sure,
Yeah,
yeah.
unfortunately.
Extorted by
think
a
he's
doctor.
threatening you. You think he is arranging for a hitman to
got a
get
one-level
you in the
success?
elevator and your way downstairs?
Sorry about that. I was starting to hear a really weird sound like in my room, but I took my headset off and there's something happening just outside my window, so it's fine.
Yeah. So this guy seems like
Yeah.
it seems like
The
if you
doc
don't
wagon
sign up,
happening
you might get hurt.
I think I'll call you. I've got some friends. They'll make sure that I leave the hospital. Okay.
He gives you his virtual number. He gives you a little arrow that tags itself on your comlink.
Can you call in Dr. Lewis on your way out?
Yeah, sure, whatever. Just I'll get your doctor. And he speaks to a nurse who goes and gets Dr. Lewis.
It sounds to me like Doc Wagon just performed a service for him. There's a fee for that.
He's going to build Doc Wagon, don't worry. Like, this guy's actually a tourist. He's just like a independent contractor. You know how people sign you up for UNICEF and stuff like that. You go to the supermarket and they anyway.
I didn't click on his affiliate link, and he's annoyed with me now.
So
It's all right, Fenway. You didn't want that anyway. Your buy monitor would probably keep triggering false alerts anyway.
Oh, you have gremlins. It's like we're
Oh
just
my
having
God.
we're just having breakfast, and Doc Wagon appears.
Breaks
You're
down
having an
gravity.
allergic reaction.
It's like, yeah,
What
I
can I
put
do?
some spice in my cup.
I pronounce you with dead.
Just get a message like, sorry, you died. It's like, okay.
Busted. Wasted.
Sir, it appears he's pregnant.
Oh no.
He's just gone into labor.
I was going to ask Dr. Lewis, like, 'cause that's probably like the first time I can properly awake, is ask where Andre is. Like, he must be nearby. I survived. Like, he must have too. Alright, Doctor?
gnome.
Andre's with the Devils now.
Yeah, that's what I forgot to do. Sorry, on that first day, I want to take his guitar.
Guitar.
And I want to roll it up. I want to roll it up in the carpet, the rug.
Okay, you have rolled up the fender in the carpet.
All right, sweet. And I'm gonna pour a shot of whiskey on it, and I'm gonna find somewhere to bury it.
Oh, really?
Pour one out for your homeboy
Actually,
Andre.
no,
A true
no,
one.
no, fuck it, man. No, he went out in a blaze of fire. I'm gonna cremate.
I feel
Yeah,
like
we're
he'd
gonna-
really want it to be exploded, but
I can manage that. I'm gonna cremate it. All right, with what can we put inside it? I'm gonna put some kind of explosives in it.
do we still have Andre's duffel bag of explosives, or did that go in the fire with him?
I don't think he ran into the fire with his duffel bag because he was going in for combat. We probably would have just come with the rest of his gear.
We'd still have some of those explosives he took. Then he'd have.
Did we end up getting him some? Oh, did we end up getting him some? We did, didn't we?
Yeah, a whole duffel bag. We could probably just use like one or two for this, and give the rest to Trey if he knows how to use explosives.
I know how to use explosives.
That too.
Demolition 6, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna set up a nice little pyrotechnics display then. Made out of his guitar and rug.
Brilliant. All right.
He might have been little, but he fought like a trug.
And so Dr. Lewis comes to your bed at Fenway. What can I do for you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I think. I mean, I survived. Like, one of my friends also got hurt. Like, is Andre like in one of the nearby rooms?
I'm afraid that 2 government agents and your personal friend were lost in the conflict.
Oh,
They're rude and relentless.
he sort of leans back. He's like, oh, okay. But apparently, like, it's okay for me to leave at the now, right?
Yes, you will require further treatment. I have scheduled an appointment for you in 3 days for a checkup. If you experience any bleeding, any pain, abdominal or otherwise, please return here at once.
Well, someone was in here like talking about Doc Wagon. I'm not too knowledgeable about this thing. Like, would you recommend it?
Dock Wagon is a very efficient service. It can be a lifesaver for people in dangerous lines of work. However, it may be difficult for your biomonitor to transmit in the depth of the jungle.
And technology seems to break down around me anyway. And he tries to like build up like a smile.
Make sure that you apply this spray on skin to your body 3 times a day. It will speed up the recovery process. And it gives you a few spray cans.
Very generous of you.
You are being cared for and looked after by the government. They have a vested interest in your safety and security.
Has anyone been keeping an eye on Fenway while he's been in the hospital, by the way?
No.
I probably would have visited him each day just to keep tabs on him, make sure he's recovering all right. Spend a few hours there.
All right. So you walk in right now as the doctor's giving him his spray on skin. He's been in there for 3 days, not including the day that he was admitted, and he's looking pretty damn good, all things considered. But he has one of the best rooms in the facility.
As good as he can for a dandelion eater, anyway.
Yeah.
All right, Trog.
So, I was turned to like, so the guy just entered the room. He's like, "Oh, have we got like, are we staying somewhere? Have we got like a room?"
Yeah, we got like the top floor of a hotel.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. It's a 6-star hotel supposedly, but it's really more like a 4-star. But 4-star.
You ready to check out yet?
Yeah, the doctor said I should be good. Has anyone been feeding Claw while I was in hospital?
Yeah.
He was in that inferno.
Yeah.
He didn't have any edge.
We don't even know how you
The rat didn't have any edge.
Didn't
He
make.
didn't have any edge to burn.
He was in my bag. I don't think I don't think I had my bag on me.
Yeah, no, you had your bag on you. Claude
Okay.
didn't make it, buddy. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm sad. So like all my gear just dead now.
I don't know how convincing a liar I am, but that's what I'm telling you anyway.
When you reach the hotel, yeah.
Alright, that's a call you should probably make, Arctic. He burned Edge to survive that explosion. Does he still have any of the gear he had on him, or?
Yeah. It is worth determining. So,
I don't think he had much gear on him anyway, really. Fenway doesn't carry much gear.
Oh, he did
Yeah,
have his tack pack.
I think the most valuable thing I had on me was the tack pack.
when you were in the helicopter, the plane crash,
So I can say that again.
when the plane
Actually-
crashed, where was your equipment?
I mean, most of it was in my backpack.
So it was on your back?
maybe. I mean, I might have dropped it to like get faster to like save Andre.
You generally don't fly wearing a backpack. It's pretty uncomfortable with the seats. I imagine his backpack would have been in like an overhead. Well, they wouldn't have overhead lockers, but in some
Like
kind
the
of
cargo.
cargo. I don't think he actually did have his backpack on him. I was just telling him that because no one looked after the rat.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
imagine he
I'm
would have had his backpack yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out exactly the phase of events. So the plane crashes. I'm not going to say you have to grab all your equipment, but I would have assumed that you did, particularly if it was portable. So he's going to grab his backpack, presumably put it on his back. Like, that's what you do with backpacks. It's easier to carry that way. Started running over, got hit by a car, got hit by a grenade, and then ran back. You would have had the backpack on you when you went into hospital.
I mean, personally, when I'm trying to hoof it under fire, I'm not going to stop and take the time to put a backpack on. I would have just carried it in my hand. So it's up to him whether he would have dropped it or not.
See, I'd be the different. I'd put it on because you're going to run faster once it's on your back.
And I guess this is why you say it at the time. I guess on the back makes sense.
Then your gear would have been
think
brought
he'd
into
have-
hospital with you
Okay,
because it would have
so
been on your person when you were caught in the explosion, unless you stripped it off him during the explosion, which is perfectly feasible.
Or for like
The medical thing,
for the first aid.
probably the best. Yeah, first aid
Yeah.
would probably, like, I don't know that much about burns, but I imagine that you would want to get all of the cloth and other tissue that could potentially cause severe infections off. He probably stripped his shirt off, stripped his backpack off, and tossed it to one side. It's feasible then that Mako or rather Ricochet would have picked it up, someone strong and able to carry, and that's when Ricochet just would have grabbed the bag and started running with it. So, all right, when you get back to the hotel, when you make it to the hotel, for some of you get back, and for Fenway the first time, when you get back to the hotel, you find your equipment is there, and your rat is fat, man. He's been eating like bacon and eggs and toast for days now.
I mean, this is like a silver lining, I guess. Like I'll pat him on the head.
Brilliant. He coughs up and burps and like complains about a bellyache. Squeak, squeak,
he's been dueling with an exterminator drone for days.
Yeah, the Romba's been chasing him everywhere. It's the only exercise he's got.
He's got like a circular saw blade coming out.
He learned eventually that you ride the Roomba.
Yes, that's right. He has become the hacker. He is the rigger now.
I like this rat now. This is a cool rat.
Yeah, I'll delete one of my clothing because that would have been cut off me.
Great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess
Right.
someone would have bought me like my cheap like clothing, like
hospital garments or something, or maybe a bathrobe, like a Hilton bathrobe.
You can buy clothes in vending machines and
exactly.
Yeah.
Drones deliver them.
Yeah. There's like one thing it's like homeless people do. You can like collect cans or whatever and it somehow like processes them into clothing.
It's awesome. That's it. This is why capitalism is.
I mean, that just sounds like something cool to do.
That's awesome. That's not dystopian.
They could drink 24 cans of Coke and you just put it in a machine and get a T-shirt. It's like
save the planet, man. That's awesome.
But it's a T-shirt with
like,
the consistency of single-ply toilet paper, though.
Yeah, basically, it's just designed to make the sinless not naked, so that like the rich 1% don't have to look at their dicks.
Yeah. All right. So Omen is going out to assess the lay of the land. Are we walking as a posse, or is he going out individually?
Make will be going with Omen.
Mako's not that much of an eyesore. Like she's it doesn't stand out like a troll would. That's what I'm trying to say.
No. Trey would like to accompany them also.
All right, being a Chinese fella, that's fairly inconspicuous. Although Chinese people associating with white people, that's a bit weird.
Maybe they'll think I'm their bodyguard.
Yeah, that works. Well, yeah, they're yours.
Mako's not entirely white, so she's Mexican.
Ah, right.
Or
Yeah.
What?
yeah.
That's not even kind of white.
I mean, it's white when you're in Asia. Like it's clearly not
True.
Asian. And if you're not
Ruining my racism.
black, if you're not
Right.
black and you're not Asian, then you're obviously white.
Right.
Do you guys want me to tag along as well? Especially if he's going there anywhere where I can assess some assets.
We
I
are
think-
going to the triads. You said you wanted to not be known, didn't you?
Okay, no, in that case, I will be doing it.
Yes.
Maybe you and Daddy, Godfather, can look into maybe the train stuff. See what the status of the train shipment is. What try to find what's on the sensors. Maybe put that together for me.
How about
Yeah.
Godfather? Sound good to you?
Yeah. While I'm
I'll
doing that, I'm also gonna try to find a garage where I can get this bulldog repaired.
Uh-huh. All right. All right. So basically, we've got three different things going on at the moment.
Sorry, quick question, Matt. Does this hotel have what does it have in the way of parking?
Underground.
Does it have like private lockups though, or is it just a
The
open
whole thing
parking lot?
locks up. Yeah, that's right. It's a private parking lot. It can't be accessed without hacking skill of one.
capacity,
You
yeah.
know what I mean?
I
Sorry.
wasn't sure if the penthouse had like maybe a private parking,
No.
a direct elevator to the penthouse or something.
There's a direct elevator, but no, it's not private. It's just part
Yeah.
of the
Regular
underground.
car park, just a reserved spot basically.
Yeah, it's about 30 spots, something like that. The bulldog barely fits in its little spot. Fucking just almost probably have to tuck the mirrors in to get in there.
Fucking double park.
Wow, there's concrete pillars in between them. So
I can fix
Yeah.
that.
yeah, true. The structural integrity of the hotel might depend upon it, but you can. Yeah.
No, it's all good.
No worries. No worries. So it seems like we've got three different groups. One going searching for the triads, one looking for hardened targets, command targets, and the other one just going to the order. Is that correct?
Effectively, yes.
All right. We'll start with the guys looking for criminals, the triad. Make some sort of what's the intuition roll again? Not judge intentions. What would you know? Did you make a criminal things roll? Did you end up doing that, Owen?
Yeah, it's just a little bit up. I rolled my underworld knowledge and intuition
Yeah.
together, and I rolled 5 successes.
Massive amounts of numbers. True. As I mentioned earlier, these are ethnic criminal organizations. The Yakuza and the Triads. Unlike most criminal organizations, they aren't very flexible with who they take in. They tend to favor humans, and they very much favor people of their own ethnicity, Han Chinese or Japanese. So you're probably going to find the Triads in Chinatown, and there is a Chinatown here. There's also a Neo Tokyo. Little enclaves of cultural thought within the city, which, as we know, is only a small city to begin with. So there you go, down to Chinatown. Triads usually have some kind of martial art, like kung fu or something. They usually are able to competent with pistols and other small arms. But they try to have their finger in pretty much every pie that makes money. Prostitution, fast food, gun running, you name it. The Triads are very opportunistic, and they'll take whatever criminal cherry comes their way. So how do you think you might find them here within the rather small village of Chinatown and within the rather small city of Siem Reap?
Well, probably going off like that idea of that they have fingers in whatever they can. Basically, I most likely try and go for most shops I'd know as like would be more so fronts. And obviously looking for the types of people that would be in that sort of background, then some and like cross referencing that with the places that sort of look like fronts or maybe have that persona.
Yeah.
Find a
Works.
mahjong parlor.
Yep, that works too. That works too.
Look
So-
for gang markings.
Yep, absolutely. All good ideas. So you find some like restaurants that sell, duck meat and other somewhat exotic meats, and the fact that it's so damn rich makes it stand out like dog ball. Next door, there's a mahjong parlor, which, for those of you who don't know, is kind of like Chinese dominoes, but a very much more intricate and culturally significant game. Lots of gambling goes on there. And while you're looking into the window of this duck butcher and this mahjong parlor, you can see that there are a couple of young folks and guys in their late teens, early 20s, wearing white business suits with white ties. And they're watching you from behind their expensive sunglasses, like tech goggle sunglasses, and they're clearly watching you guys. Have you come? Are you armed?
I've got my Ares Crusader tucked away.
Yeah, just
Not-
tucked away though. Yeah.
My
So you just
two
look
are in.
That's a machine pistol, by the way, Arctic, if you don't know.
Yeah, cool.
Mine are both
I'll-
in concealed holsters.
Yeah, no worries.
I probably would have brought my spirit from the hotel, but I wouldn't have. I don't have him out. He's just kind of on standby.
You would have had to reconjure him.
Reconjure. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
it'd
been a
be-
week.
Sun's
Yeah.
gone
That's
up
right.
again.
Yeah, I forgot it's been a week. The time jump. I would
Yeah,
have.
you
I
have-
would have
you have
summoned
to
something
reconjure
before
him
we
every
left.
morning and every night.
Yeah. I would have summoned him before we left. Then, just so I had one on me. Quickly.
He's force 3.
I'll make him force 4.
Yep.
So I would have summoned it at 3, turned into 4.
Yep, he resists 1, so you've got 1 less than what you roll.
Mm-hmm. Roll 4. So let's do man. Wow, 6 successes.
Why are we looking for the shards again? Got it.
Information.
Yeah.
Mm.
Getting
Building-
local connects, building the ground.
Building networks.
In that case, Trey will definitely wave at the guys in the white suits.
Hi to you in Cantonese.
Fuck.
Ooh, can't
Even if you only speak Mandarin, you'd still know enough Cantonese to know hello and goodbye and thank you and that sort of shit. It's just, yeah, you would have picked it up.
Oh,
Meg will respond, a greeting in Cantonese.
It relaxes them when the white girl talks their language. It relaxes them. It interests them. It intrigues them. It's sort of a complex suite of emotions.
So really good. How many dice did you roll, Arctic, for the resist? I forgot what force it was.
Yeah, so you've
4.
got 5 successes.
But it was the force 4 total. You've rolled 4 dice
Yeah,
total. Cool.
correct.
Good
Yeah,
check.
so you gotta resist 2 drain, yeah.
Yep.
Piece of piss.
Don't say that now. Omen. Restrain.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, so you said that Trey had come here to resupply effectively, right?
Yeah.
Sweet. So that means he's got a knowledge of somewhere to resupply, because that's something we might need for here as well. It's good to know.
When he said resupply, he meant in like the old school infantry, steal shit kind of way.
Ah, okay.
So what's spirit? What's its first command? What's the command you've got when you arrive?
Oh, it's just on standby. I haven't given it a command.
Okay, cool.
It's
follows you
just
around.
yeah, it's just kind of off. Yeah.
I
Not
presume
on
they
the
follow you
plane.
around without command. Is that even right? They just remain exactly where they are, where you summoned them. It seems to be a logical thing to do. They don't, I don't know that they automatically follow you. So I guess they don't.
So when you call a spirit, it's on standby. So it's kind of just hanging
Right.
around.
But it'll be hanging around where you summoned it. It won't be hanging around you, and he summoned
Well, not necessarily either, but he has to spend an action to call the spirit to him, unless he's
Yeah,
given
so
an
it's
instruction.
hanging around in the hotel. It's like unless you want to spend a command to bring it with you and have it accompany.
Because all I have to do is an action to basically make it appear next to me. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
That's fine. It'll hang out at the hotel until I use an action to call it. So.
I don't even know if they necessarily hang around in a location so much.
Well, they are in an astral location. They must be somewhere. Like they can't be.
Well, I mean,
well, yeah, no,
somewhere
but
in
like
astral.
when you use an action to summon the spirit, you don't have to wait for it to travel to you from where it is. So I'm not sure if they're maybe hanging out in there, like
in a different plane.
or something.
Without
Yeah.
a plane. Yeah.
Once you summon them, they have to remain within your magic and up times 100 meters.
Oh,
or
yeah.
you only get the one service from them.
Well, that's for they can only do services within that range. But I don't know if you haven't commanded them to do a service, they may be able to leave that range potentially.
I mean, it makes sense to me that they would stay within that range.
Oh, it definitely makes sense though, yeah.
Until you either gave them command, dismissed them, or their time was up.
Yeah.
My understanding is they just don't like being materialized for extensive lengths of time.
Which should be a problem because he's technically not materialized. Plus, I haven't bound him, so.
That's what
They don't like being off their home plane either, but the fact that you have summoned it indicates that it is no longer on its home plane. That's what summoning means. It brings it to this plane. So it's somewhere in the astral, presumably at the place that you summoned it, which is your hotel.
Okay, I'll use an action to call it once if shit goes down.
Yep.
And that's cool. Alrighty.
All right. So we've established that. There are a couple of heavies hanging around. They are watching you. They speak to you in Cantonese. When you respond, it relaxes them. You're at the front of a duck restaurant and a mahou gambling parlor.
Okay. I guess we'll walk up to the guys we were just talking to, the white suits. You said they look pretty young.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Can I do a quick judge intentions to see like what kind of demeanor they have, whether they're pretty confident or maybe a bit green?
Yeah.
Judge intentions. New modifier. 4.
First thing you notice is they're rolling judge intentions. They're trying to ascertain threat level that you pose and your ambitions and objectives. But specifically, you asked if they were green, and they certainly are. You would expect someone who's 19 or 22 to be pretty green, and not always. Certainly, some kids harden up at 14. But nonetheless, these guys are. They look like they are seasoned killers with pimples.
Okay. I'll take out a cigarette as a. Oh, you go.
I was gonna ask, does Omen speak Cantonese?
I've got the language soft that Godfather gave me, so I can translate and talk that way. I'll take out a cigarette as I walk towards them and light it and start smoking. And and say, "Hi there. We've come to scratch that. The name's Omen, and I'll put my hand out."
It takes a while
Yeah,
that one of
it
them shakes your hand.
Yeah, should be notable that this is like an odd way to translate. Like his mouth isn't moving; he's just like standing
text-
there, and
text to
words are
speech
coming out of a
device.
speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Basically,
Like Stephen
thought to
Hawking.
speech technically.
I'll
yeah.
I'll add as they're shaking his hand
Yeah.
or responding, saying that I'm Mako. This is my friend Trey. Our friend Trey. We're recently in from Macau. I'll kind of give emphasis to that being a mercenary hub and everything, and we're looking for people that may be able to supply us with things we need.
They look at each other. Yeah. We can supply. What can you do for us?
Kind of demure to Omen.
We can do many great things. What do you need?
They talk to each other, and because you've got your translator, or because you can understand Cantonese, we should take them to Yangshu. There's one. What if they are here to kill Yangshu? Then Yangshu can take care of himself, and we will be there to defend him. We will take you to meet someone. Yes.
I kind of give a quick glance to the my other two friends that are here, and look back and give a nod. All right.
Wow. These guys are green.
That sounds good. Maybe we can talk business with him.
Come along, and they take you more or less across the road. It's not far, 100 yards at most, and you're at the front of a Wing Chun school, Wing Chun Kung Fu martial arts school. There's training going on. There's a class going on at the moment. A black belt is teaching, people of about white, yellow, green belt how to Kung Fu. I don't think has that sort of grading system. I don't think, but in any case, it's a minor master teaching relatively incompetent students, and so yeah, they keep punching, doing their drills while you come in. It distracts a few of them. They are only pretty inexperienced warriors after all, and they don't have the focus that a disciplined martial artist needs. So a few of them get distracted by your arrival. A few of them even, talk to the person beside them and point out your arrival. But is there anything that you do? Or they say wait here, and is there anything that you do in the meantime, or do you just watch the drills?
Can I just perceive astrally? So I don't want to leave my body, but just look astrally and just have a quicker sense of the guys that led us here, like a magic check or a cyber
Yeah,
or
I guess making a sensing check.
sensing, summoning, banishing, sensing 6 dice. Two successes.
You haven't actually done any sensing of CM Reap at all yet. Like since you arrived, you haven't declared that you've sensed, and the place is alive with spirits. There are spirits walking down the street outside. A lot of them are serpent spirits. There are spirits flying through the sky that look like bird spirits. They might be beast spirits, but you can't tell because of you only got 2 successes. They look like serpents. They look like giant eagles, but you can't be sure that they are either. There are tarantula spirits, these spiders giant spiders that lurk among the buildings and in the alleyways. But here within this building, there are 3 spirits. They appear probably to be spirits of man because they've taken the images of human males. Two are about 7 feet tall. One is about 10 feet tall. They stand to attention like the epitome of a martial artist, with their hands at their side, in combat stance, legs apart, standing strong like a mountain that cannot be moved. With two successes, you estimate that the smaller ones are probably somewhere between Force 3 and Force 6, and the other one is Force 6 or higher.
And the boys in white suits that led us here, any of them either giving magical or any like a low or high essence?
No, only the master giving the lesson. He registers with some awakened power. And you can see that the activity of the martial art itself seems to be generating magical energy among the crowd, like a ritual would. The same way if everybody gets together and chants a mantra, it has an effect on the astral. And so too does the practicing of kata, the drilling of martial arts routine. So too is it bringing a formality and order to the astral around it.
Okay.
He's aspecting the mana. Cool.
Don't know what that means. Yeah, no, I'll just wait patiently while I unlock at everything then.
So it's like giving the local mana a particular flavor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a good description. Yeah, flavor. In this case, it's the flavor of Zen.
And so if your tradition aligns with that flavor, it actually makes it slightly easier for you to perform magic because the mana is kind of already inclined that way.
Yeah, right.
But for
Gonna try
anyone of a different tradition, because it's kind of a little bit more, because it's aspected a different way, it makes it a little bit harder for you to manipulate.
Right. Good to know.
It's pretty hard to pull off. It really takes a lot of work.
You become aware that you are in a hallowed area. Where the aspects of Zen, peace, and order, and personal inspection, detachment from oneself are all prominent. After a few minutes, an elderly man comes in from one of the side rooms, an office or maybe a bathroom, who knows. But he is being shuffled in, being assisted by some of the men in white suits who they take one each arm or one each shoulder and they kind of shuffle him along like they might their own grandmother. And this old Chinese man, or possibly Tibetan, he's walking up to you in his traditional robes. Looks like he's 75 at least, and maybe 95.
I'll give one of those the traditional like 3/4 bows to bow of respect, etiquette and all that.
Make will do similar.
Trey will address him as grandfather in Cantonese.
He seems to appreciate the formality and the deference that you all show. You are all new in town.
Yes, we've only just arrived. We just thought we might pop in and pay respects to the locals, make relations and that.
Well, you had best go outside, for we are not locals.
Mhm. I'm sure you know exactly what I mean by locals, and we are hoping to maybe even do business, if it pleases.
Business keeps a body busy. Come with me. Let us drink tea.
Hello.
He takes you back the way he came. He shuffled away, and you follow, having to wait for him. For every 3 steps, he takes 1. You're taken into a garden. It's an enclosed garden. There's no sun here, but a garden nonetheless, with chrysanthemums and other magnificent flowers in bloom. A small water garden, a little tiny waterfall, um, a Japanese feel to it, but yeah, Chinese iconography, Confucius, and fat Buddhas lying around. Who has brought you to Siam Reap, and why?
Before I answer that, can I do a I don't know, like a like I don't know what kind of check it would be. It's alright, don't worry about that. We've been hired to take care of some business here from some people up in the largest city. We might get a bit dirty, so we
Do you come from Tokyo?
not quite up more west towards Bangkok.
The Thais are always interfering in the affairs of their neighbors.
Quite. Luckily, we're not exactly hailed from Thailand, so we share your discomfort with them.
Care not, for I have little interest in the actions of the Thais or the Khmer. I have no love for the agrarian oppressors, nor do I wish to wear the silver shackle of corporate slaves. My only concern is with the Yakuza. They are a violent organization without morality. They have no soul, and I long to see them evicted from this ancient country.
I see. Well, if that was your subordinates was trying to ask when they said they needed a job for business.
You are ready to talk about organizing business. You think that you can control this place now, do you? You will go around organizing jobs behind my back? No, grandfather, no. We brought them here immediately. Do you think that was why? No, yes, right. He chastises these boys in front of you, just like starts whacking them with his walking stick. But then he calms back down and speaks to you. Yes, this town is growing smaller, and there is not enough room for this many horses in the stable.
I can see. If you see too many cooks spoil the broth and all that. So what would you have us do? What's your plan here? Obviously, this is the start of a new relationship, and any relationship starts with mutual trust.
Well, there are many ways that we can be useful to each other. I could put my soldiers at your disposal if you have the funds to hire them as your personal army. Or you might help me by making them more competent, turning them from useless boys into men, whacking them with each syllable. Perhaps you could give them training in military operation, something that would make them less than you.
I can see your point.
You
Yes.
might even consider both training and hiring.
Yes. That seems like something we might be able to do for you. Uh, So you're saying that we should, in exchange for training them and, well, helping them be men and a bit wiser in the ways of the adult life, that we would be able to use your said resources for uh, ourselves.
Yeah. You have some old equipment that you no longer need that you could share with these boys. Simple art for simple people.
That could be arranged. In event in it inadvertently, we happened to come across a lot of well, I guess we could say it would be lost weaponry after we walked through um, the bodies of a few commies that we might have dispatched. And on the topic of communists, what information do you have the Khmer the commies in the city? What sort of operations do they run?
Roaches. You can turn over any stone and find them there, but they do not identify as Khmer. They wear no uniforms and carry no badges. They do not have tattoos that mark them as the enemy. They are everywhere. They sell you your tomatoes and they give you your beer. They drive your taxi. They are all pervasive.
Surely they have a way to interact and talk to each other, to plan things, to meeting areas of something, even businesses that rival and make trouble for you.
I believe that they have a device they call the comlink.
Micah will chuckle a bit at that.
Yeah, he'll have a breathe out quickly. Right, that's quite useful. We have ways of extracting information from such things. Do you know of any existing said people who would sell me tomatoes but gun down this place on other days?
I
Any?
do not buy my own tomatoes.
Yes, but surely you keep track of people who might be a part of said commie
Boys, how do you
relations.
identify the Khmerus? Tell this foreigner how he can find them. They have guns.
And they display them openly.
At times, or usually not, because they will be arrested by knight errant if they do. But now that there is only small tactical teams of police left, they are more openly displaying their weapons. If they have a gun, they are probably Khmer Rouge, but maybe not. Maybe they are a pig farmer who needs to shoot his livestock. It can be difficult to identify.
Right. That's not a problem. We can narrow that down ourselves. Thank you for the information. It seems I'm missing a few cultural differences coming here. And as I say that, can I do a judge intentions on the old guy to see if he's taking me seriously or not?
Yeah.
Um, let's use my charmer core judge intentions. There it is. 5.
He thinks you're a fool. He thinks you're easy to manipulate, but you're certainly more competent than the shitheads he's already got around him. And he does seem to believe that our interests are in alignment, unless you're actually planning to wipe him out as well, which he pretty much expects.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of trust here, but at least we're on the same page.
Yeah, enemy of my enemy is my friend, sort of thing.
we're civilized people. Everyone else is a barbarian, so we are natural allies.
Yeah. I'll take the just one final sip of my tea and I'll stand up. Well, I'll be sure to consider the proposal, and I'm sure we'll be in touch. We best be going now.
Very good. I hope that you enjoy yourself in our little town.
I'm sure we will. And I'll do one final bow before I give nods to the other people to probably get up and leave as well. And we'll show ourselves out.
Give the
Yeah,
boys
cool.
some duck while you leave. They must not go home hungry. Yes, grandfather.
Mako will thank him for the tea and rise to join.
An earnest bow doesn't say anything, but it's a tender look, a little condescending, perhaps, certainly a little patronising. But he likes you, which is probably more than he can say for the. Sweet girl. What old man doesn't have a soft spot?
Mm.
Well, there is that one spot that's occasionally not soft.
It's, when you're 85, man, let me tell you, it's soft most of the time.
Hey, with the inventive modern cybernetic hydraulics.
This guy's a
Industrial.
purist. Come on. He might murder people, but it doesn't mean that he takes Viagra. It's like unholy.
Right.
I don't. He's probably some like 13th level fucking Tai Chi master.
If he wants to get hard, he gets hard.
He's basically the Chinese Chuck Norris.
Oh gosh.
When you depart, you see him lifting weights with his cock.
Just doing them curls.
All right.
And yeah, once we get outside the dojo, and out of earshot of any close people in white suits, I'll kind of comment to Mako like, "Well, he was interesting. I swear, if he looked down on me anymore, he'd be bloody on top of me."
Well,
Maybe that's what he wants.
If he wants
Maybe
to
if he
think me
weren't
a
so white.
All right, so let's go get a spray tan then, shall we?
well,
Trey will like try to move your eyes so they're slanted.
I'm just gonna sweat your hands away.
we need to prove ourselves to those sorts too. I mean, we can
Trey
come
will-
in, I'll talk and everything.
We did, yes, but if they think they can, well, if they assume that we're the fools and we're, useless, then that kind of works in our favor as well. Underestimation is a powerful tool you can use against people. He seemed to like you, though,
Sorry, keep going, please.
Must do.
Mako. Think he's got a soft spot for women, or just your kind?
Good question. I don't know.
Did you have anyone else you wanted to visit other than the Triad?
I don't really care about the Yakuza. I don't speak Japanese.
Yes, and I've dealt with them in the past. They're not exactly the best business partners.
I'm gonna send a message to Ricochet and inquire if his beef was with the Yakuza or the Triads or both.
Shit, I'm not sure. Arctic, who do I owe money to?
Have you haven't worked it out?
I
Is it not part of your story?
wasn't sure who was going to be more appropriate, Triads or Yakuza. Who would have helped me, been more likely to help me get out of Chicago?
All right. Triads don't tend to have those sort of connections. Triads are almost always local-based operatives of half-wits, whereas the Yakuza is a corporation within a corporation. So
Alright,
they
I probably owe money to the Yakuza then. Basically, I got out of Chicago by doing some jobs and paying a shitload of new, or promising a shitload of new one to one of the criminal outfits in Chicago. That's how I got. They basically smuggled me out, but that's why I owe them. So it'd be Yakuza then.
For them to get you from one continent and to the other, they'd either be Russian mafia, called Voidenvoy or something, or the Yakuza.
Yeah, right. But basically they jammed me in probably a shipping container on a boat.
Vori.
Yeah.
Nice.
Voido? Anyway, yeah, Vori is the
So
name.
the Russians, you reckon?
Potentially, it could either be the Russians or the Yakuza. These are really the two criminal organizations that can get people from one side of the planet to the other.
Oh, what about the Solper rings?
Yeah. It could be them, but they're not prominent and they're not international in the way these guys are. The name is in the ring, like a Solper ring, but it's again quite localized, like a triad.
Global organization, but they operate in local cells and not a lot of interconnectivity between them.
Yeah, exactly. Really well put. Well, since we're talking, good to go.
Yeah, so it probably would be the Voris, so probably not either of them then. The Yakuza and Trio, just the criminal element in general, but wearing.
So yeah, he responds with that information.
Okay. I think I just talked to Ricochet. I think maybe working with the Yakuza is probably not our best bet. They're probably more business-like and harder to work with too. But they'll probably respect the money more. Probably have to do more favors for the tribe.
Yes, I believe tribe would probably be a bit more about honor and such rather than the money, but at least I can. Money people.
Not mutually exclusive.
Money anyone can give. Triad respects trust. Well, no, not trust, but respect and loyalty. Face, exactly. And that can't be double crossed as easily. So I agree. I think the Triad's probably a better suit than the Yakuza.
I think the Yakuza are more xenophobic than the Triads. The Triads are certainly xenophobic, but the Yakuza are fucking it up.
It's generally true. Of all the racist organizations in the world, the Yakuza's like up there with Humanus.
Yeah, let's well, we can bring this to the others, but I think my recommendations try it. We're gonna need their intel, and they've got certainly seem to have a local eye on it.
And if all they want is training, I could possibly help them. Like if they want to train their guys on how to fight military like.
We can steal, or rather, well, it's not really stealing if they're dead, but if we take all the commies' guns, then we can use that to fund their arms race, and we don't have to pay anything.
Oh yeah, I think we're going to supply them way more guns than what they need.
All right, let's rendezvous with the others and see how they went.
We'll do Ricochet's investigation in a moment. We'll go to Godfather first. He's gone off alone in the dangerous daylight streets of downtown Siem Reap. Tuk-tuk drivers are coming up to you. You like to buy? You like to go to temple? You like go? They're harassing the fuck out of you. You know, you come to a stoplight and they knock on the window. They want to wash your windscreen and buff out the bullet damage to the bulldog.
Black van, motherfuckers! Black van.
But you search around for a place to get some repairs, and you go down to the Aries, and there's a garage there. It's closed. All right, so you go over to the Mitsuhama. There's a garage there, closed. You drive around fucking town, following, like I'm doing quick matrix searches, following the arrows. The arrows are still going. The bastards didn't stop their advertising campaign. They just aren't open anymore. And you keep driving around, and you're trying to find a place, any place that does mechanical repair. Give me some sort of check that might help, like a navigation perhaps.
Sure.
Yeah, that's good enough. All right. You ascertain that there is only one place that is functioning at the moment, but it's a big place. It's actually bigger than the Ares garage or the Mitsuhama garage, probably bigger than both of them combined, because it's a junkyard. It's a massive sector of town, takes up several acres, probably 10 acres of city. What place except for Siem Reap could you possibly have 10 acres in the inner city and convert it to a fucking garbage dump? Anyway, so you go to this massive junkyard, and the signs indicate the name, but you also get arrow feeds. They tell you it is called Khmer Repair.
Fantastic.
Khmer Repairs is a pretty heavily fortified place. It's got sort of open fucking machine gun turrets up on the walls. The drones sort of follow you. It's fortified. It's like a little fortress. But when they see that they've got a customer, they open the gate. It's a massive iron gate, like something out of an apocalyptic Mad Max movie or something. It's on rollers, this big fucking rolling steel iron gate. And they roll it across, and you're able to drive the bulldog in, and they close it behind you. You find a bunch of people working here, Khmer, not surprisingly. And it appears that the guy in charge is he's an orc. He's probably Asian, but he might not be. It's kind of difficult. He's probably Asian. He's playing with his kids at the moment. He's got these two little kids, aged about probably 8 or 9, something like that. And he's out playing in the junkyard with the garbage dog, with their Rottweiler and their German Shepherd jumping up around and playing balls. When he sees that he's got a customer, he shoos his kids away. Tells them to go inside, to leave the dogs behind. The dogs hang around, the Rottweiler, the German Shepherd. But yeah, the kids go back inside, and this orc comes up to you, and he's wearing like a wife beater, white singlets, all greasy. Hey, what can I do for you, pal?
Godfather points back at the van and he says, need a patch up and windshield replacement.
Sure. Say, we're real busy right now. We can probably get it done in about 2 weeks.
Father looks around, he says, busy?
Yeah, with the shutdown and all, got all sorts of things to repair. Look, he points towards a scooter. He points towards a bulldozer. People coming in from all over the place. We got to look after all the farm equipment. We got to look after all the heavy equipment. Look, I want to help you, buddy. I'm pretty sure I got the parts, but I ain't got the manpower. I ain't got the time unless you really need it done fast.
Look, I know my way with a wrench. If you let me rent you to my shop and borrow some parts, I can handle it myself.
Thinks about
Or
that.
I can just give you a hand with these vehicles for an afternoon or two.
He thinks about it. Make a negotiation check. Yeah, you can have +2 because you are the real deal, and if you want to show him what you can do what he can do. But yeah, so make some sort of negotiation check with +2 dice. If you happen to have bargaining, yeah, 1 success. Yeah. So look, buddy. I tell you what. I'll rent you a little portable workshop. I'll give you the parts you need. What is it you said you want? A windshield and what else?
He points to like the bullet holes. He says, "Need those repaired."
He scratches himself. Well, I suppose you're going to want to do a bit of welding. Going to want some new panels. Yeah. I tell you what. I'll give you the gear. You can do it yourself. I'll need some sort of ID, some sort of biometric that know that you're not going to run away. And we can do it for $2,000. Do you say?
Fair enough. I just leave the vehicle here as collateral. I'm not taking it out of here until I'm done.
That's sensible enough. He says, and he laughs as he sort of gestures up towards the machine gun turret. She ain't gonna go nowhere. Right, old buddy. He pats you on the shoulder. Here, there's your workshop. Sam and Tom, they'll give you a hand, and these little Khmer kids coming, probably about 14 years old. They'll take your tires off or carry the panels, whatever it is you need, doing the riveting.
Cool. All right.
All right. And you get to work. It'll probably take you 5 or 6 hours, but you've got time.
Yeah.
So let's switch back now to Ricochet. Ricochet, is there anywhere in particular that you wanted to look, or you can't look at every square inch of the city, surely?
No, obviously not. I haven't got anything specific in mind, but I was just going to start with the comlink. So I wouldn't mind maybe having another look at the airport. Is the airport like out of town though, or is how far out of town is the airport away from?
8 kilometers out of town, in a slightly different direction, obviously.
What's around the airport? Is it just jungle around the airport, or is there like other industrial estates and shit there?
Rice paddies, and then it gets to so officially there's nothing out there. It's just rice paddies and jungle. But realistically, when you look through satellite imagery, you can see that there are shanty towns out there. People live on the edge of Angkor, and it looks like shit tons of people live. It's like a small fucking city out there. It's probably 5,000-10,000 people. They're living in tents and underneath tarpaulins and underneath trees and stuff. They are people on 5 million a day type economics, the lowest below, but there's a lot of them, several thousand.
Yeah, cool. I'm just looking for somewhere I could potentially surveil from without it being obvious that there's some orc standing at the edge of the rice paddy looking at the airport.
Oh, the airport. I was talking about Angkor. Sorry. Yeah, the airport is all cleared. It's basically rice paddies, but they've dried out. They were poorly tended, weren't looked after, and they're just. It's almost like a wasteland at this point. When it's wet, it turns to swamp. When it's dry, it's just cracking mud. They try to grow rice there, but they're not doing a real good job.
But there's actually any like old rice farm houses?
Yeah, that's right.
That's probably going to be my best opportunity. I do have vision magnification, so I should be able to get a
Yeah. There's a few.
So I just want to see what kind of movements they've got, troop movements they've got at the airport. Airport is somewhere obviously we're going to have to probably try and liberate. So if we want to be able to get in and out of here to resupply in Bangkok, airport's going to be the main way to do it. So I think there might be a bit of a priority on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool. Check out the airport. Let me have a look at its assets.
Also seems like the airport, from their communications, they need the airport for their like exports. So if we control the airport, we choke their finances a little bit.
Good point.
There was mention of a babysitter, I think, at the airport. Oh, no, that was something else. No.
So, as you say, you've got vision magnification, so distance isn't an issue. You find a little rice hut that's on stilts. You're looking through the side of the thatch. No one's going to see you, at least not in the real world. You might see you in the Matrix or certainly in the astral.
I'll be running I'll be running with wireless off.
Naturally.
Yeah. I do have thermographic and a few other vision enhancements as well.
Okay, so it's daytime, so the thermo is probably not going to be a lot of use to you, not at this range.
Mainly just running machinery would be the main thing that'll probably.
Good point. I hadn't thought of that, and that is an excellent point. So the airport is pretty cold. You would expect it to be fairly hot if it were functioning. It's not functioning, so it's pretty cold. The control tower is hot, so they've got all the machines running up there, the radars and the communications and anything else that they require. There are certainly some heat signatures within the airport. It's just not like the entire thing is lit up with fluorescent lights and auto vacuums and security on segways and stuff. None of that. What there is will require some sort of, I guess, perception check. I can't think of anything else. But military tactics, if you have like that skill, I can't remember if that's what it's actually called, but
I have a knowledge skill in just military.
yeah, that works. So you might want to do a perception check and one of those checks.
What kind of perception check is it?
Visual.
Visual. All right.
Yeah.
So I will do the visual perception check first. Four successes and
6 successes.
not so good at this one, but 2 successes on the
military sort of comprehension. All right, so I'll tell you what you see, and based on that will be the 4 successes, and based on that, you can ask some questions if you want to clarify for military purposes, tactics, and strategy. So, the control tower, as we know, is lit up like a Christmas tree. There is a little bit of activity going on within the airport, but not much. There is a tank. We've already seen it. There is a tank. There is a notable lack of jeeps because we destroyed most of them, but there are a lot of dirt bikes, probably a dozen, maybe a score. It seems that they are now using dirt bikes, or maybe they always were, using dirt bikes as their basic transportation method. In addition to
patrols with them,
precisely running patrol, serving as light cavalry, if you will. There's about 100 soldiers, maybe only 80 or 70, but there's about 100 soldiers. And with your imaging, you'll be able to see that they have a couple of fortified pieces of siege equipment. One appears to be an anti-air gun. We met it kind of personally up close. And the other seems to be a mortar, a portable mortar that was used in the Euro Wars.
All right, and they have them entrenched, I'm assuming.
The anti-air gun is entrenched, but the mortar is it's behind. That's right, it's behind barricades. But so are many of the guns.
In front of it or something. Yeah.
Done. That's all it takes. It's there's already hardened positions built into the airport because airports are built to stop terrorist attacks, right? And so there's already not tank traps, but things that serve as tank traps. They're meant to look beautiful. They're like a palm tree, but they're actually designed with security and not aesthetics in mind, or both, I guess.
So the tank, is it like parked inside a structure, like where it's sitting there on standby? Does it seem to be set up as like in a place, kind of like as a temporary gun emplacement? Is it?
It's in one of the hangars.
In one of the hangars, so they've got it there in case they need it, but it's not deployed. Cool.
It's a pretty antique tank. With your 2 successes, you'd recognise it as an old Chinese tank from about the turn of the century, or maybe probably more modern than that, about the modern era, like 2020. So 50-year-old tank, which is
maybe with a few upgrades and stuff, but an ancient chassis.
Yeah, you've got a Sherman tank right now. You could probably drive the bastard, but it's not going to win your war.
Yeah, exactly. The general dudes that are patrolling and just the general soldiery, what kind of gear have they got? Like, are they walking around with assault rifles, submachine guns?
Almost exclusively AK-97s, and they are packing grenades. Like, it seems like it's a contest to see who can carry the most grenades.
What have they got, like on bandoliers? Yeah, wearing them like medals.
Yeah, that's right. Some of them wear them like necklaces. It's clearly some sort of gang status symbol that they're using.
Cool.
Likewise, they customize their AKs a little as well. You know, graffiti.
Probably didn't get enough successes to tell what kind of grenades they are, though, did I?
Probably not. No.
Can I at the very least see if they have different types of grenades? Usually that'd be like color coded.
The vast majority look like they're the same. They look like they were taken from a World War II battlefield.
Yeah, sweet. All right,
Vietnam,
cool.
more
Oh
correct.
wow.
Those rather like, you know, traditional. What are they called? Pineapple.
Yeah, pineapple grenade.
Yeah.
That's fragmentation grenade.
Yeah. So they're probably frag grenades.
Shit, I had another question. I forgot what it was.
Yeah.
How decent are their patrols? Like, do they have constant, tight knit patrols? Are they, you know, big glaring gaps in their patrols? Kind of a bit half-assed.
Yeah, the latter. They don't look very professional. I mean, many of them aren't wearing fatigues. Some of them have got flip flops, you know, thongs. They're just all virtually barefoot, but not quite.
Not that they're not trying; they just probably don't have the proper doctrine and stuff to
Precisely.
know what they're doing.
There's no one out there. There's no drill sergeant out there teaching them to march. They're just a bunch of kids, and most of them are, you know, the vast majority are teenagers. Just a bunch of kids with fucking automatic weapons.
So, do they have a barracks set up on site somewhere where these guys seem to be staying or milling around?
The airport terminal seems to be the default. Like the kitchen, the mess, the barracks, and everything seems to be somewhere within the rather small airport terminal.
I'm assuming they probably aren't organized to have it, but do they have some kind of like ammo dump or
the
supply
hangars
area?
have things at the hangars are where they keep like heavy equipment.
Somewhere that they issue equipment from, or a fuel dump. Do they have a fuel dump? Probably just wherever the airport stored their fuel, I'm assuming, is what they'll be using.
That's exactly right. And so on that note, I should point out that there are other vehicles besides the ones that I've listed. For example, fire trucks, right?
Yeah.
And baggage carrying gators, stuff like that. So there's probably as many as 10, 20, 30 vehicles, plus a handful of aircraft as well.
Yeah.
Light aircraft.
They'll probably be using the bikes for patrols, and they'll probably use the baggage train just for driving dudes around the side.
Those baggage trains tend to be electric, so you know they don't require liquid fuel, whereas tanks need diesel.
Do the dudes look well fed?
No.
Malnourished? No discipline? Yep, cool.
Yeah,
is there any?
You can say malnourished, but the whole country looks malnourished. So you know, yeah.
But it's not like they've been hoarding all the food and keeping it from the countrymen, and they're in the same, roughly the same boat as everyone else.
Better condition than everyone else, but
okay,
still.
Cool. Yeah. Do they seem to have made any efforts to fortify the area?
Absolutely, and they've done a pretty good job.
They've done a good job. All right. That was
like not a great job. Like again, you could drive a motorbike in here with a piece of piss, but you can see a dude laying mines. You can watch him like he starts putting mines down. They've mined the place.
I will definitely be making a note of where that minefield is. I've got an orientation cyberware. So,
yeah, no worries. But the fact that you came
notes.
across him at the same time means that he probably laid mines all over the place. You know, like
but at least I know there's one there.
Absolutely. So you absolutely know that there is a minefield at that particular location, which could be to your advantage. You might be able to stage an ambush or even infiltrate it because there is mine. They might not be expecting.
They'll think it's a safe zone. Yeah,
exactly. So.
I'll mark any particular like targets of note. Like I'll probably on the orientation system, I'll mark where the fuel dump is. I'll mark where the main guys seem to be hanging around, which is probably the close.
A little triage. You know, you can pick certain things out, and as you know, they are highly mobile. We can move the tree out, but nonetheless, you get a basic layout, and so if you think of anything in the preparation stage, you're like, oh shit, I want to know where they keep their food supplies or their fresh water.
Exactly, that's the kind of things I'll be marking down. Exactly, yeah. So do we seem to see like there's any kind of command structure here, or is it just a whole bunch of dudes milling around?
With 2 successes, you'll have to use your own. You'll have to guess for yourself.
Yeah, all right, no worries. I think that's probably about it. So probably when the sun starts to go down, I'll use the shadows to get out without hopefully being seen.
All right. So, it's while you're doing your observations that the party gets in contact with you, and you talk about the complications you have with the Bori. But inevitably, everyone comes home before Godfather does.
Sorry, I was eating chips. What was that?
Nothing, just like everyone comes up, like because you're working, it'll take you longer than anyone else. So everyone gets home, about sunset, and you're probably still working, still nailing in the final rivets.
Hey, I'm working.
Yeah, but yeah, you can stay out there for 2 weeks if you want.
Is there any other assets anyone wants me to check out on different days?
Well, unless we want to talk to Mr. White and see if he has anything specific he wants us to do, I think maybe we do a little operation on the airport.
Well, what
We
did you
should
have in
probably
mind?
talk to our boss before just pulling an op.
Yeah. Have a
Well,
talk.
on that note, do we have a feel as to how much initiative they want us to show? Do they want us to be checking in with them constantly? What do you want us to do, boss? Or do they want us to just go in?
I thought they wanted to be pretty independent.
Yeah.
Well,
Just
considering
give
we've
us
had
money
like
to do our
2
jobs.
conversations, I figure we should at least talk to him once before we start taking
Yep,
initiative to
yep,
figure
that's
out
good.
how much initiative he wants.
I mean, when I called him, he did say, settle into the hotel and meet me when you're ready.
Well, should we meet him?
I'm ready. Obviously we're going to gather everybody before we go.
Well, what are we
Oh,
willing
yeah.
to tell him?
Let's find out what he wants, I
That
guess.
we're
It's not, yeah.
Yeah, that we're ready to start working. We'd like to wait until our equipment gets in before we start doing anything proper, but we have an idea of how we could retake the airport if you'd like us to get the ball rolling right away. That would be less than ideal.
I think a
Do you think
little
that commissar
low-key
would be on
sabotage,
the airfield?
probably.
I think so. It seems to be her job. On that note, part of our job is not just to retake the airfield, but to secure it so that it doesn't just get taken back by them again afterwards.
Hmm.
So that'll be something we'll need to discuss with him,
Address.
and think of how it's going to be done.
My thought is if we can do some hit and run guerrilla stuff and take out their heavy equipment, that really gives us an edge if we need to do anything serious, or it makes the work easier for the government.
I seem to have lost some of my edge.
Too soon.
It's debatable whether you had any to begin with.
I mean, obviously the big trouble with taking the airport is the tank. The comlink mentioned though that it's wired up with an RCC, which means it's hackable. So if say Mako gets control of it, hands it over to me, and we now have a tank in the middle of the airport.
My understanding is that the tank seems to be being worked on by a guy called Clockwork, and Mako seems to be able to have deduced that Clockwork is potentially a rigger.
Yeah, Clockwork is known as a rigger. He's
in universe. Clockwork is if he's the same Clockwork, yeah.
If he's the same Clockwork, then he's a big deal, and he might be.
Yeah. Okay, here. Yeah, in the MBT, she's a classic. Repainted her, retrofitted with an RCC. Couldn't get any ammo for the main gun. Yeah, they were talking about the tank at the airport.
Maybe.
Unless they got more than one, that thing used the machine gun, if I remember, but it didn't ever fire the main cannon.
It's not a bad option or bad presumption, I guess, but they could have more than one tank too. So we can find out though. If it's got an RCC, we should be able to tell.
He also
guys
says
don't
the
have
commissar is
boots.
such a bitch. Commissar is the one who has in control of the airport.
Um, I guess let's pull up the feed that Ricochet got and look at the tank. Does it look like it has a new paint job?
Yeah, it's it does look like it's been newly painted. Yeah.
Okay.
Are there signs of any other work on it, like retrofitted, new armor plates or anything like that as well?
Yeah, that exactly that. Rust has been cut out. Tracks have been replaced or repaired. It's a good job. They've done an excellent job, but it's still it's like restoring a classic. You can only do so much with ancient technology.
Oh, I don't
Is
know,
it
man. Some of them
machine
car
gun
shows,
manual or wired?
It could
we
be
won't
either.
know until we get into it. I don't think.
Yeah, that sounds actually you
Or
wouldn't be able
is
to
it
observe
like
from that.
is it like the type that sits on a turret with like a chair, or is it like on the strap to the barrel of the cannon?
It is. It's got a specific make and model. It's a T99, so you can Google that to see what it looks like.
Pull up one on your comm link there.
Most tanks
Yeah.
usually have a coax and a pintle mount gun.
That's
Well, T99 were a Belgian electronic music group.
The T99
Russian tank.
Chinese. I thought it was
Type,
a Chinese tank.
Type 99 tank. Looks
Probably
Russian.
retrofit. Might be retrofitted Russian or something like that.
Yeah,
Maybe this is a Russian tank. I'm not sure.
it does look like a Russian tank from what I
The
can
ones I'm
see.
getting are Russian as well.
Would,
But I thought
would communists use
Chinese.
anything else?
Yeah.
China's making their own tanks now. So
Yeah, I think China has T99s. Yeah.
Mm.
So essentially, yeah, it's got a main gun, forward mounted, of course, and top mounted machine gun as well. It looks like the operator can fire from within the cabin. You don't have to expose yourself to enemy fire, which is obviously very sensible. But there's no way of really indicating whether it is or not matrix enabled.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
but the main
information
gun's
said
not, or the main gun's the cannon, not the machine gun, unless,
Yeah,
I mean, it could refer to that, but probably not.
yeah. Main guns usually refer to the big
and
fucker.
there's probably a reason they didn't shoot us like with the main cannon while we were landing on the plane.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if we hack it, worst case scenario, we take the tank out of combat essentially. Best case scenario, we get the tank.
We have a tank.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
so what do we have for explosives?
A
we
couple high X grenades.
had that duffel bag full of explosives that we got for Andre. I'm not sure how many he used, but
We bought them right before we left, like
Yeah.
hours before we
He
left.
never, he didn't use any of them unless
Oh,
the plane's
that's not
rigged
true.
to.
no,
All
he
the
did use
nitro
some.
ones were left back in Bangkok.
Okay, yeah, he left
Yeah,
the
the
nitro.
nitro.
I left them on like the edge of the desk so that just like a feather's worth of would unbalance them. They'd fall to the floor, blow up in spectacular fashion.
Nice.
Yeah.
Actually,
So we do-
I was going to ask Arda if I could do them. Well, Andre's dead now. But yeah, I was going to do a major for that. Never.
So yeah, we still have that whole duffel bag of explosives. So a fair bit.
Yeah. I've
But-
got They're not explosive, but I got some gas grenades.
I mean, depending on what you put in them, it could be made explosive, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the stuff in them right now is pretty expensive.
Oh,
Uh,
then it's just not that big of a deal. Just use that.
Generally, just using a high explosive grenade would probably be more expensive, more effective than.
Yeah, what
What are you
exactly
guys
are
trying
we
to do?
aiming to use?
I'll-
Yeah, what exactly are these?
I was thinking of ways we could just destroy their heavy equipment, and that's probably the best tool.
Thermite's the best tool for heavy equipment.
Yeah.
You can also
mean,
summon.
For some guns, just throwing a high explosive grenade down the barrel will do it, but
Let me
if you
check
can
something.
do it.
Well, I mean, for the tank, just give Constantine a wire, and you'll detrack it.
I'm having flashbacks.
I mean, how much damage
know.
did
I was gonna
how much damage did the spirit do? Like the Force 12 one?
Significant amounts.
It quite a lot.
But it mostly focused on the human life, so
Mm.
it was mostly interested in killing rather than destroying.
It was reacting to things that attacked it. Yeah.
There was too many inputs, so it just killed humans. But I mean, I could always summon something not quite that large if I don't have to, but something big enough to destroy, like the artillery on the roof and such, because we can't really get up there.
I'm sure some of
I
us
do.
Hmm.
I've got a grenade launcher, which apparently have decent range if at a penalty. I could essentially set up my own mortar somewhere, and we could like counter barrage them.
Yeah, we've got a lot of options.
For
But
those like hard to reach ones.
maybe before we get too far along, though, we let's meet with Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're already planning the op, and we don't even have clearance to do it. Well,
Godfather, do you have an indication of how far away the train is?
Yeah, I'm gonna check that real quick. I'm gonna check in with my Ares Roadmaster on the train.
Yeah. It's
See what this is.
So it's currently invisible to you. You can't find it. It must have entered the jungle or something. When you look for it, it's not there.
When's
Where
the
did
last
it
time it
last?
pinged?
Yeah.
You're able to spot it. So where it last was in the jungle within Cambodia. If you look at a Google map, it won't reveal it because the jungle's regenerated. So it's in a place where it wasn't previously. Not in 2020, there is no jungle there, but 2073 there is. And so it's in the middle of a jungle. You're able to pinpoint its last known location, but it's no longer on the radar.
Alrighty.
All right.
How long ago was that ping?
About 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I'll set my comm to inform me when it comes back into range, I guess.
Good idea. That's a great idea. So I'll try to ping you when that happens.
Should I buy better clothes before we meet the Johnson? Like, would that not be a good idea?
It's up to you.
Just try not to bring.
Pussyfooting around in this group. Why don't we just steal a lorry, make like we're doing a delivery, take over the airfield?
We're going to talk to Mr. Johnson.
All right. If you want to, Fenway, you can spend 50 million getting some vendor grade clothes.
I've already got vendor grade clothes.
No worries. Other than that, you'll have to go shopping.
Okay.
Should be fine with what you've got.
You head down to City Hall with its Roman-style columns out the front. They're not Roman style; they're Ionic. Doesn't matter. You meet with the government representative. You meet with Mr. White. Ah, I see that you are recovering well, he says to Fenway. I understand that there was an accident upon arrival.
Yes, quite a few cars exploded. Your
Wouldn't call it an accident.
Well, um,
my
you,
condolences for your men.
thank you, and my condolences for yours as well. It seems that we are in this together.
And talking about being in this together, we were thinking of starting operations soon.
I think that is a very wise idea. Um, from, I just had the information. What it was or something.
I just make sure we're in a private place, like we can talk openly. Or
Yeah, you're in like some government back office. Yeah.
Yes, me and my colleagues were thinking of doing an operation against the airfield. Maybe retake it. Maybe take out that commissar as well.
All right. So I found the notes that I was looking for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you for coming to help us with our issue. As you know, the Khmer Rouge are a murderous regime who wish to do nothing but take humanity back to a dark age where they can rule unopposed. They are truly evil and must be stopped at any cost. This is why we have brought you in. We have seen your competence. You have demonstrated to us your ability, and we wish to use you to save these people, liberate them from their oppressive masters. We need these Khmer Rouge derived entirely from Siem Reap. Ideally, we would like to see them crushed altogether, but that is not something that can be accomplished by one small group of soldiers, no matter how competent. For now, we ask that you focus on their urban operations. We can worry about rural operations once the city of Siem Reap is truly in our hands. We have identified multiple targets that will be necessary for you to take before we can feel secure. As you have mentioned, the airport. I will start there, though I recommend not attacking the airport too swiftly. It is a hardened position. There is, of course, an advantage at striking before they can expect, but it would be my advice not to start there too quickly. Yet I will not tell you how to do your job. You are, after all, independent operatives, and I trust your instincts. This is the commander at the airport. Her name is Boan. She is a native, a Khmer, true communist believer, a member of the Air Force who has gone rogue. She will be a necessary target for you to subdue and eliminate. She is known for her power over the sphere of air. I have seen her bring down planes with her mind. I believe that your tactics of unleashing your own powerful spirit distracted her, which would have helped you with your descent. She is not the only local target, however. There are two others whom we have identified. They may be easier nuts to crack. The chef is a cook of drugs. He is a former champion within the ring of Muay Thai, and he has had extensive surgeries done to make him a more competent warrior. He is also a very rich man, successful in both legitimate business and also in drug distribution. He runs a nightclub here in Siem Reap. You can see it from your own hotel. The pyramid, named, yes, for its shape, is a very popular nightclub within this town. He is often found there within his own personal fortress. There is also a mechanic. You call them a rigger in your business. He is a very talented mechanic, but he is also a fool. He does not realize that we have infiltrated his business. With all of the other businesses shut down in Siem Reap, all of the corporate businesses, we have no choice but to turn to him for our repairs. But we have used this to our advantage by organizing contracts with him, which will perhaps provide you a way into his front door. And you're looking, Godfather, at the dude that you dealt with, that you gave money to.
My man.
I was pretty
I
sure
knew
that
we
was
got
the
along
case,
too
but-
well.
If I can be of any assistance, or if you need any clarification, I am here for you.
Okay, so it's not the clockwork. That's good to know.
Mm. Yeah, really good.
I don't know. He looks like a hobgoblin. Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Not
nationality's all
skinny
wrong.
enough. He's not skinny enough.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't
he
know. I
did
should
order.
have probed him on his feelings about technomancers.
He did
But
order
the-
174 pizzas last
The,
financial year.
the nationality's all wrong though. Allegedly.
Looks too young.
Oh, have the airport security managed to recover since the spirit attacks?
They have endless numbers of soldiers. They can always pull more from the farms. They find it more difficult to replace infrastructure and even more difficult to replace their choice assets, like the mage Wang.
This man eats on average like 3 Domino's pepperoni pizzas a week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm just fascinated by this bio.
Wouldn't you if you had the saber to do it?
Mm.
I mean, yeah, if I were an orc and like lived in a shithole like this where I couldn't trust any of the food, I'd get Domino's 3 times a week.
Oh, easy.
But orcs and trolls probably have the best. Like they probably have the
Metabolism.
widest range of shit they can eat.
Yeah, but like, would you though? I mean,
Do you
just because
want
you
to?
can. Yeah.
Uh,
Even if you
orcs and-
could like
orcs and trolls
subsist on shit,
typically-
would you?
Orcs and trolls
So-
generally don't have a huge range. Ogres specifically, though, yeah, they can eat. fucking
Okay,
anything.
okay. So you already dealt with this guy once. We need to shoot up another
Yeah.
vehicle and fucking go repair it. And we'll just,
Yeah.
just ambush him, just fuck him up.
I think
What do
as
you know
well.
about clockwork?
Yeah,
Family.
is he?
He's got 2 kids.
Yeah.
Works for the
Yeah.
Khmer,
It's a weak
Khmer
point.
Rouge.
But I mean, if he's not loyal to the Khmer Rouge, if we take out the loyalists, he might
Yeah,
just
he
get
doesn't.
another job.
He doesn't really strike. Yeah, he doesn't
Hey,
really
Matt.
strike as a hardcore communist.
That's
Are we
how
able to get
Khmer's
more
fucking fool you.
information about what kind of
They're
gangster
fucking
rap he listens
sneaky.
to?
Yeah, but I mean, if we he doesn't look like he's too high in the organization. If we just kill him
Look,
to
you
put the other ones.
soft-hearted fairies are gonna fuck this up. We have the perfect
He's-
opportunity to Trojan horse this. Take him out quickly. Fucking take
Yeah,
out
but
the 2 little brats too.
Won't the other ones, like the higher value targets, become more on alert if we kill this guy?
Well, yeah,
What
absolutely.
about that? Think about that. We kill this guy, and we have a rigger that can just take over all the shit that he has in there.
I mean, it's viable, but
Perfect. It's easy, and it gives us a bunch of gear.
Nothing's ever easy.
Fucking stealing that car went pretty smoothly. Quit being a bitch.
It did, but that was a guitar from a hippie band member. But no, I think we could probably go for Clockwork first. It is like the most the smartest move we could probably take, going after him first, so he can't fuck us up, mechanical wise.
Hmm.
If we can get him alive, he'd be a good source of information on the project.
Blackmail will work, kids.
That
That
makes everything more complicated.
Fanatic because he's happy to take government work.
Well, yeah, of course. If you were working against the government, wouldn't you take government work? Like, what better way to fucking infiltrate all the fucking government vehicles, right? You should probably look over. Well, you did all that work yourself. But yeah, I mean, the parts you put in, you could fucking embed bugs deep. Not to mention, you have a fucking great excuse to fucking start a dossier on fucking who works for the government. Fucking Godfather's already probably has a fucking dossier started on him as a fucking asset. Which means if we don't move him on quick, he's just going to gather more fucking information on us. This now becomes extremely time sensitive before he has a chance to fucking report what he finds to somebody else.
Yeah, I'm not saying we necessarily should. I'm just pointing out the option. Reading his communique with Mr. Red, it does look like he's more of a paid operative than really anyone ideological. Like he specifically like complains about Long March being a zealot. I don't work with fanatics. He says, your last quarterly was late. I presume he's complaining about not getting paid.
Also, I think
He's in it more for the money than
Yeah.
the cause.
I think if we target,
Yeah, like I think he's basically just being paid. At best, has sympathies.
He's
He's-
dual
he's
citizen
not-
Cambodia and United Kingdom, but he had a bit of an American accent, I think, didn't he? Is he previously had UCAS citizenship?
What? How would you?
I think if it's the guy I'm thinking of.
Yeah, he didn't sound Asian, or he didn't have that sort of accent. He didn't definitely had a
Now
white
it kind of
accent.
seems like you said just fucking with Ardic about his repertoire of voices, which is a dick move.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Asians do tend to speak with an American accent because most Asians
How
learn
they
English,
learn English.
from California.
Ah, okay. There you go.
Okay, so I mean, what's our plan here?
No, I
We
actually
fucking Trojan car him, beat the living fuck out of him, and hope he doesn't fucking turn all the turrets on him. And try to turn him?
I don't know if we're going to be able to turn him.
Then we kill him.
He's
Boom,
not a
done.
communist loyalist, but he's in it
He's
for
working
whatever
for
this
communists.
project
That's
is.
close enough.
I mean, technically, you might be too.
I don't. Are you saying that in character?
No. Are you saying this in character?
Yes.
Okay. Wow, you learned to
Trey
speak
would
really
be very much. Well, fucking. I thought we had this text to voice fucking bullshit.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
And he speaks fucking Khmer pretty well.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, after giving it some thought, I don't really think a turn operation is really within our wheelhouse. Our safest bet is probably just to drop him.
Yeah.
I guess green light it with Mr. Johnson first, but then we can move on that. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I mean, he's given us all three of these targets, so I'm guessing that means just go
Oh
for
yeah,
him
he's
at
already
leisure.
given it. Yeah.
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 Not really.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
If you want to be part of the planning phase, I think you would have said something.
Yeah.
That being said, he gave us information on the airport, but he also specifically said he doesn't think it's a good idea to hit the airport.
But
Yeah.
well, if we take out the other two targets, there'll just be more security than before. It'll be even harder.
Yeah, if we take
Well-
out the rigger, then the tank is ours anyway from the start.
Oh, that's a wonderful point. I like that.
We don't have to fight
Surprise
him
the
for it
shit
later.
out of those people.
So I might have,
Hell,
what is
if
the
we-
project anyway? I must have missed something.
We have no clue, but I'm
It's
pretty
vague
sure
and mysterious.
it seems to be some sort of medical or cybernetic project, maybe some sort of cyber zombie work, but I'm not entirely sure. That's just some
Well,
supposition.
there you go. We can kill him. We have a rigger and a decker that can go through all of this shit.
And if we need to keep up appearances so that they don't increase security, if we do it clean enough, I could pose as him for as long as we need to and tell him, oh, I'll be back in a couple of days. I got business over here, blah, blah, blah. Close up shop for a bit. And then everything will look normal, at least.
Let's do it.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Sounds like a good idea. So yeah, I guess Godfather will replay his cyberized footage from when he was repairing his vehicle in the compound to at least
Cool.
get the parts of the layout he saw.
All right. Well, I haven't made the map up yet, but when you've got it sort of worked out now, so you'll be able to take advantage of that. You'll know where the obvious turrets are. I will point out, though, that this is a multi-purpose facility. In addition to being a junkyard where scrap gets ripped apart, it's a mechanical workshop, as we well know. But he also lives here. He's got his house within the compound. There are a couple of things we'll call, I guess, vehicle bays, I suppose. And you couldn't see what was in the vehicle bays because they were, kept closed. And you probably weren't that interested at the time either, having not yet cottoned on to the significance of where you were. So there are multiple vehicle bays that are closed. He has his house here, and all of the facilities that a house would expect for a dude who's upper middle class. Plumbing and electricity and backup generators and all the rest of that. Ample vehicles. Everything is from scooters all the way up to big D12 bulldozers, massive earthworks equipment. Yeah. I guess without having a map, there's not much else I can tell you about it.
Mm-hmm.
How much of a matrix presence is there
Strong.
as far as devices and stuff? Strong.
Yeah, strong. I'm not exactly sure of the logistics of how matrix systems work, but if they work off boosters, this guy is one.
Okay.
Yeah, the matrix would be stronger around his domain than pretty much anywhere else in CM,
Yeah, he's basically able to set up everything on like maybe even has his own host or something protecting it. I don't know.
Yeah. So so the interference, the noise at his place is minimal.
Okay.
It's better than some places at Bangkok.
What about areas nearby it that we might be able to get some sort of vantage from, rooftop views, that kind of stuff? Is there anything like?
There is, because the place is so damn big. It's it's massive. I can't in my head right now think of how big 10 acres is compared to 10 hectares. It's probably somewhere in between the two, somewhere in between 10 acres and 10 hectares. It's a lot. It's a big area. You could run fucking cattle in here if there were grass. Anyway, so it's a big area, but it borders right onto everything because Siem Reap doesn't have a lot of planning. So it borders onto slums, it borders onto hotels, it borders onto the Airy Superstore with its mega garage and its seven-story car park. So because it takes up so much damn space, there's not much it doesn't border on, including rice paddies. So probably about, I can't visualize even how big 4 hectares and 10 acres is in my head though at the moment. So I think it's probably about 10 hectares, but probably close to about 8 hectares. It's big. It's fucking big. Like bigger than a
Hectares,
football stadium, that's for sure.
yeah, a hectare is about the size of a rugby field or something.
Yeah. So about
So
10 hectares is about right.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe even bigger than that. Yeah, it's
Almost
pretty big. If you've ever seen a junkyard, it's as big as any junkyard you're likely to have seen outside of, I don't know, a capital city that has 5 million people.
Okay, so if I can perch up on the vantage point nearby, I can probably use that to get good line of sight, and do some Overwatch and do some Matrix support.
You've got your options between hotels and car parks and shopping centers. Yeah.
So we've got plenty of options there. Otherwise, we just want to load everyone up in a van and send them in. Is that the plan?
Even just one or two of us.
I'd rather not be
Yeah.
in the fight. I'd supply backup from afar, if I can.
Yeah. The way this fight basically needs to go is it needs to be quick. Because with a rigger, if he gets even like 1 second to basically sick his drones on us, they're gonna fight until we get them all down. You know,
What if we? Well,
it's like he has a dead man switch in his head. He just needs
Good
to
way to
turn
put
it
it.
on.
Good
I
way to
mean,
put it.
I probably can get the drop on him. I'm very fast.
I can improve that if it needs to happen as well. Make you even faster, or even get you invisible to everything to get you in.
That might be a way.
That might get the jump on him, and if you can knock him out before, at least knock him out before he gets his drones ready, and then kill him straight after. It's another way.
When you met him, was he armed?
Inevitably, but more to the point, he had turrets all over the place. But he would have
Yeah,
had
He
like
didn't
about
need to be armed.
Yeah.
We either drop him or I'm going to be making a third character.
What?
Like that's how
what,
that goes.
what
One
about
or the other.
taking out the power supply to the whole place? Everything can't run if it doesn't have the power, correct?
I mean,
Well, yeah, but
wouldn't
who
he have
owns the
batteries?
junkyard?
Like the
He, of
power
course,
in this
he's-
country seems to be pretty spotty already.
Well, I mean, you take a. I mean, people do that all the time. They take old lorry engine and convert them over to
Like a generator.
waste oil generators. Yeah.
And if we can find
Yeah,
the generators in his junkyard,
If we're
we
gonna
can
do
take
all
them
that,
out.
we might as well just do a rifle shot. Just sit up and wait till he's walking across the yard. Hit him with a rifle shot.
Mm.
I mean, should we leave like signs that a different group did it, so that it's like nothing new,
What?
and make it seem that one of the local gangs did it?
I'm not worried
Let's
about that
not
part.
over elaborate this. This is like we're a
Yeah.
mercenary operation. We don't need to frame somebody.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
we
just
don't have to live here.
We work
well,
for the
I mean,
government. The
just
government's
so
not
that
gonna lift a finger.
if new people come in here and start causing problems, like they're gonna up security and things. But if it's an old group, like there'll be less of a reaction.
unless
I
it's
don't
really
see
out
how
of
their
character for
reaction.
'em.
Yeah,
But,
the reactions would be the same.
are we going to do the thing where I pose as him for a bit to get rid of suspicion, or are we going to just kill him straight up in front of people and then?
Well,
Let's
right
just
up to
kill
the
him.
point.
We don't need to pretend to be him or anything. I don't think.
The whole thing is right until the first shot goes off. Right, we can plan all the way up to that with a relative degree of certainty on how we are going to react. But right at that point, we don't know shit. It's like Neo said, there could be fucking 40 android fucking what do you call those fucking killbots?
Animals and
Whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
anthropomorphic drones.
yeah,
but
those fucking dumb things.
I don't think you can have that many slaves to your comlink, though, can you?
If he's running it like
Maximum's
a
like
spider,
24, depending on your deck.
well, if he's running it as a spider, like over a wide area network or wireless area network, whatever, then there's no limit, which he might
Or
be by the sounds of.
maybe he just has one of those what Neo
Can
has,
you even
right?
get a host for under like $1 million? Like, I think he probably just has an RCC.
Probably, but there's certainly money here involved.
His
Okay.
So
property,
remember, like $1 billion
his
is
property
nothing.
alone would be worth
He's
10
got a
million.
government contract. He's not short on money.
Well, that and the other guy is worth 27 million. The thing about that is that's what we have a decker for. And we're not under a huge time constraint. So we could sit the decker and just let the decker fucking hammer on just mapping out his network for a week. Right? And we don't have to sit there and talk about it. We can just let fucking Utah make those rolls with Arctic.
I can get his matrix mapped out in hours, probably not even a week. It's not really hard.
Whatever. The point is that will solve a lot of that.
Yeah, I'll be able to target drones and control structures and stuff, and possibly even crash the entire.
Well, I mean, if you can control a drone of his, you just have one of his turrets.
Yeah, I can.
That
do that
seems the best way.
The problem though is if I fail on one of these rolls, I mean, it doesn't mean that it's game over, but it means he's alerted to the fact that someone's fucking with his shit, and that'll put him in high alert. That means we don't have a backup option.
I mean, direct assault, I guess.
Well,
I mean, I'm
He'll be
confident
ready
if
then.
we just, I'm confident though that if we put enough firepower into it, we can take out one guy regardless of how much shit he's got in this compound.
Oh, if only we had a
Where are the
stealth
rules?
sniper.
Well, okay. Now, in all honesty, my character will be able to tell you this, but if I'm within 300 meters of the wall at a vantage point, I can probably, as a backup, take him out with my rifle.
Yeah. I mean, he's a rigger. His mortal weaknesses are deckers and mages, which we have in spades. Like, we've got like
That'd be the
one
other
and a
thing.
half deckers and two very powerful mages. Like, I think we try hacking to get control of his stuff first off, and if we trip him, we just have the mages stick some big ass spirits on him, and we come in after them. Does
Or
that sound workable?
if
Alright,
you
go
guys
ahead.
want to go, we send in the Trojan van team. We've got the mages on standby with their spirits, and I start hacking. If I can get control of his stuff without alerting him, that's easy, right? We've won at that point.
Yeah.
If it fails, he'll be right there to geek him the minute he kind of like goes like, "What the fuck?" Right? And then the mages will send spirits in to help back you up, and then I'll just go full offensive and start crashing things.
I think we should do
To
it
be
the other way. I think.
To be fair,
you
I
attack-
personally am useless in a fight.
Well, I mean, so I think we should have the decker. We need to get to a place that the mages can get eyes on it, right? So they can identify him. Let the fucking decker try his gambit. And if he doesn't, then the fucking mages can tell the spirits which aura to fucking annihilate.
Mm-hmm. It is a junkyard, though. It's probably going to be very hard to keep a line of sight on him from any one spot.
They just need to sense him once.
Right. Which they probably could do for the spirits, but for like direct spell support and stuff.
No. I don't care who he is. Like, deckers are not going to be able to take down the spirit.
A rigger might.
I mean,
Not if
and
we
if there's
cast it
two
high
of them,
enough.
it just odds are. And
Yeah.
worst case scenario, I can try shooting. And that keeps everybody away from the horrible turrets, death and destruction, and all the horrible rigging bullshit that Arctic will
fine with-
inevitably try to kill us with.
I'm fine with giving new guy an opportunity to prove himself.
I mean, he's
that's at
runes.
least fucking to us. That's the least amount of risk.
Yeah.
If you can take over his shit, then fuck him. Kill him with his own shit. If not, we know the spirits can take him apart. And then,
Yeah.
like I said, if I have an elevated spot, which everybody will need anyway, odds are I could probably fuck him up if he's out in the open.
Yeah. Alternatively, we can try a hacking attack, and if he detects it, we could always just cut and let him stew for a couple days, let him think just some script kitty was poking around in his shit, and then we, geek him once he lets his guard down again.
Yeah, I guess it all
Much
depends
more
on the
in favor
fly.
of just overwhelming. Like the hardest thing will be is finding some place to set up at.
We
Getting a
know
place that overlooks it.
we know
just
this guy
within range.
does a bit of contract work and stuff. Do we want to maybe send someone in before this as a distraction?
Ooh.
Why don't we just ask Mr. Johnson to call him in for a meeting?
I mean,
because presumably he doesn't know that the government now knows he works for the Khmer Rouge.
Again, that
I mean, unless he has something in his arrangement like I never leave my compound ever, ever, ever.
Or that throws wild hair at his ass.
Well,
Yeah, or he leaves in some big ass rigger mobile. I mean, he might have had one out back. I didn't see, but
As a rigger, he may never need to leave his compound to do contract work.
And yeah, that part makes sense too.
Hold the
Why would
old
you take it a
Geppetto.
gig not over the web, matrix, whatever.
So, hack attack. If it doesn't work, wait a couple days, and then we just try to geek them all at once with mages, spirits, explosives, hacking, just everything we can throw at them all at once.
No,
Sure.
I think without the weight of you, because he can keep hacking.
Yeah.
While that guy's freaking out, never has time to fucking change anything. And then
Yeah.
you do it all at once, like one way or the other. If the Decker works, awesome. It'll be quick. It'll be quiet. It'll be 2 shots. Fucking done. Right?
Yeah. If he notices me,
that's what I'm saying.
Well, no, I'm saying if he notices me,
does.
that doesn't mean I can't keep working on taking control.
That's
of
what
his
I'm
shit.
saying.
It just
So
means
why
he's
would we
alerted.
leave?
That's it. Yeah.
And while he's trying to find you, spirits find him.
Yeah, I'd say that's doable.
And then none of us are ever really, quote, in the line.
Yeah. I think we can make that work.
Which is a way better idea, I think, than my original pop up and hope I get the drop. That means, again, third character.
Shot.
And I don't know what's the next evolution of Andre. I went from gnome psychopath to now human psychopath.
Troll psychopath. You just keep getting bigger.
Yeah, troll.
It's hard to make the numbers work there.
Yeah, pretty much the only build that works for troll is big fucker with axe or big fucker with machine gun.
Big fucker with bow and arrow.
It is
I don't know if
hard.
that's 5e thing or not anymore.
Well,
It's a ship build in 5th.
because you have to use B as your, like, to just be just your base level troll, you have to have B as your
Yeah,
fucking
it works
priority.
much better in Karma or Sum to 10 than in Priority.
Even then, it doesn't work
Troll.
great.
Troll is the
Because-
best build. Be a troll decker that just trolls people. That's all you do. You live in your
Yeah.
mum's basement.
Nice.
But yeah, even
Lol.
with Karma at 800, trying to get up to 10 body, it's like 350 Karma. I mean, what is it? Sorry. It's 180 Karma, whatever the fuck. It's a lot of Karma to get 10 body. And then you still gotta do strength fucking. So yeah, ultimately, trolls are very hard built.
Since we are off on a
Anyway, the
tangent,
point is-
no, keep going if you've got a point.
Oh. No, yeah, the point is fucking the Decker Mage combo works much better.
Yeah, I second the Decker Mage assault.
Just makes sense.
Sounds good to me.
See, since we're in the last few minutes at this moment, now's the time to spring this spanner. Mr. White comes to you, the interior. He has a problem. We have the train. It's not moving.
Of course. There's the problem.
He's still in your hands, of course. Like, you can still do things in whatever order you want to. You can go straight to the airport if you want. But until that train gets here, well, we don't have a tank of our own. So yeah, he can give you the last known coordinates. It looks like it went into a tunnel beneath a mountain and never came out again. It's not a very long not a very long train. It's less than 300 meters long, longer than maybe a suburban train that you're familiar with, but still not long. And so this thing's caught. It went into a mountain tunnel, and never came out again.
Damn it, I will get a plane and fly my ass out there if I have to.
Well,
far away
okay,
is
We have to shoot a conductor.
Another reason to hit the rigger, because then you have access to all of his rigging gear, and then we can go get the rest of our shit.
Yeah, it's true. We can just steal a tank locally. It'll be fine.
You don't
Well, no,
wanna
I
take a
mean,
tank
just
out to the
even a
jungle.
vehicle, even just a vehicle, to
Yeah.
go out there and look,
We can get
and
vehicles. That's
drone,
not a problem.
and et cetera, et cetera.
This will be a decent windfall if we can drop him with his gear relatively intact. I mean, if you leave his head intact, I can probably even salvage his control rig if it's better than mine. But
One thing at a time.
yeah,
So although you'd have
But
just
good
spent a lot of time discussing what you're going to do, having learned this complication, do you have any intention of throwing that out the window temporarily and focusing on the train instead?
is there anything we can do about the train? Oh,
Go out.
Someone's going to
Oh.
do something.
I got that in reverse.
Yeah.
It's only 50 kilometers away. It's not very far.
Mm.
Okay.
Uh,
But it will take us less than a day to either fucking take this guy out quickly or not.
yeah, we're already in the works of doing this operation. I say we do it and salvage his shit, and then go see about our train.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
sounds good to me.
Some
My
thieves
thing
out there
is,
stealing the
otherwise
shit
we're
from the
going
train.
after the
They might have a new
train.
van.
Well, I mean, fucking, if we go after the train right now, like we just dropped everything and left, right? What do we have? Does anybody else have?
Have what?
Like, we have one vehicle. I
Mm.
personally have a vehicle. That's not going to help the situation. You have one
Yeah.
drone. And we have no idea what we're going into.
I have 2 drones technically.
I apologize. Drone. But you get what I'm fucking saying.
I mean, either one we go into, we still have the exact same resources. We don't know exactly what the guy's got.
Well, yeah,
And
but if that goes to shit, if the rigger job goes to shit, we can just walk away. And we wasted 8 hours. Like, if by some chance the Decker can't break into it and the spirits can't get to him, then we do what fucking Neo was talking about in the first place and walk away for a fucking and go get the train.
Yeah.
If it works,
yeah.
we can salvage whatever the fuck he has and go get the train.
Do any roads run near the train, Arctic? Near the train tracks?
Not real roads, but there are dirt roads all like crisscrossing the whole country. Goat tracks.
So the train's
Suitable
like,
for dirt bikes, but not for cars.
Mm-hmm.
not suitable for.
You could always rent some dirt bikes and make an
Yeah.
expedition.
It's like it's
Yeah.
like an hour
Honestly,
away.
I'll leave this up to Godfather. If he wants to go to the train and get his stuff, then let's go do it. Otherwise, we can, focus on.
I'm
this other
personally
rigger.
fine either way. Yeah, I'm not fussed on either.
Bikes are cheap.
Alright, I guess we'll just do the rigger job real quick, and then go get the train. Let things cool down here, and then once we get back with all of our shit, we can go hit on a harder target.
Yeah.
The rigger job doesn't change if we delay it either. It's still going to be there for us. So
Yeah.
we lose nothing either way.
Yeah.
I agree to that. And I agree with Neo has the most, or Godfather has the most to lose, so I think it should be his call.
Yep.
My character
All
will say that. That's me as a player.
Yeah,
Final
the only thing
minute,
that
what do you
concerns me is
say,
the
Godfather?
possible. Yeah, I'm mildly concerned that the train's being robbed, but I mean, could you steal like however many ton armored truck? So I'm like, and it
Where there's a
like
will,
it
there's
has
a
a
way.
dog brain. It could theoretically defend itself. So like, I'm fine with go ahead and doing clockwork, and then going after the train.
The decision is made. I will head off now, guys. I hope that we enjoyed this session, and I will see
This
you
has been
all
fun.
very soon.
Say goodbye to the
Good
internet,
shooter.
people.
See you next.
Goodbye,
Farewell,
Goodbye.
internet people.